Good afternoon. Want to welcome everyone to our committee meeting on December the 16th at 4:03 p.m. We will start off with our building committee, Mr. Walter Eubanks.
Building committee will come to order. All our members are present except for Ms. Stovall, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Baker.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Committee members, board members, Mr. Lowry, Dr. Cobb, very brief update on Phase 6 and 7 tonight. You have a heavy agenda, but a few points that I think we should keep on the table. Phase 6, 7 active main projects, Phase 7, 11 active main projects, so 18 rolling in various levels. So Phase 6, main focus from the design standpoint is, last month we awarded West Side. So that was the old infamous 38 of 39. January, we bid Butler. So my hope is that, January we bring a similar budget recommendation on how we're going to make Butler work and a successful bid award, and that will be 39 of 39. Main focus in construction for Phase 6, we're finishing up last steps at ARC. Langford Phase 1 is moving at a rapid pace. Davidson Black Box Theater, finishing up the middle school fields, which are just in punch list right now, and starting up West Side, which you just awarded. So that's a quick overview of Phase 6. Phase 7, many projects under design and planning, all moving well. Construction at Langford Phase 2 is moving well. Remember, we got that out of the chute early. Tomorrow, the first infrastructure project for Phase 7 bids. All right, that's Freedom Park. It's over $2 million HVAC regeneration, replacement. That's important. That's part of the number of projects we do where we combine monies from the state, make it way more economical to do these infrastructure projects, kind of on a regular interval, on time intervals from the state. So that bid's tomorrow. As we move into first quarter, the focus will be on a lot of the planning projects. We want to transition them from general discussion on what we want to do to a hard design where the architects started putting things on paper. So as many of the Phase 7 projects that we can make that transition happen in first quarter, we will. Good news, Barton Chapel bids either end of January or February. That's our second major project in Phase 7 that we will bid. That's significant. So we have a lot going on. Certainly if you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them. And Mr. Eubanks, both programs continue under budget.
Thank you. I hope people have had a chance to ride down Walton Way and see the progress at Langford. It's pretty spectacular. Yes, ma'am.
Of the projects, do we have any that have exceeded the original cost?
No.
No. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our finance committee, Mr. Charlie Walker.
Righty. Thank you, Mr. Lowry. We are ready to start with this. The first agenda on the financial committee is our monthly financial reports. Mr. Smith.
All right, thanks so much. We'll start with our statement of income, expenditures, and encumbrances. This will be for the 5 months ending November 30th. Our total revenues are $196,658,000. Total expenditures are $155 million. So our revenues have exceeded our expenditures as of November by $41.6 million. Next up, we'll cover our cash and investment report. So as of the end of November, total cash in the bank, $26,387,000. Total amount held within our investment accounts, $391,691,000. So that gives us just over $418 million in cash and investments, with just about a little over $31,000 as restricted as noted in the report. For our fund balance report for the month, so our total revenues for the month of November are $23,584,000. Our total expenditures, $27,075,000. That gave us an ending fund balance at the end of November of $117,827,000. Next up, interest earnings on our Georgia Fund 1 investment account were $215,986. Interest rate was just over 4%, which was a slight decrease from the October interest rate. Next report is our sales tax report. So our sales tax for November was $4,595,900. This was less than last November by $430,884, but it is greater, year-to-date. Collections for last year are up $1.4 million in total. So we are at $24,445,000 in total collections for SPLOST, so that's just over a 6% growth compared to last year at this time. Final report is our title ad valorem report. So we had $972,351 in our title ad valorem tax collections. That was $37,950 more than last November. We're up to just over $4.9 million in collections, so that is a growth of 8.3% of $377,000. And that will conclude the monthly financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any comments about Ms. Valentine?
I just had one question. Any grants for our amendment, are any of them at risk for not being funded in the future?
As far as, the next item, we really don't know yet. We feel good about where we are and how we budget for those.
Okay.
But right now, we're still kind of up in the air with the state. Most of those we feel pretty good about. The main ones, Title I SPED, those type grants. The smaller grants are the ones that are still in limbo a little bit, like Title III, Title IV. So they're
Okay.
still,
And we
as
have a plan in place?
We do.
for-
We'll
okay.
put a plan together as we budget for next year, in case those grants are not funded.
All right, and that's Title III and IV?
Yes, some of the smaller grants, 2, 3, and 4, are the smaller grants that are still kind of in limbo right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll move on to item number 2, and it's the approval of the December 2025 budget amendments. Mr. Smith.
Thank you so much. Just a few budget amendments for this month. One item is we have not added to the budget the proceeds from the sale of the former Southside Elementary School. So we want to add that to the budget since we have sold that and collected those proceeds. Those will be used to upgrade our cameras as discussed in the October meeting. And then the MOU we had with the Boys and Girls Club for the suspension recovery program. And that still leaves us some additional funds we can put in our employee benefit fund. So that was $790,000. Now the Title I school improvement money, we didn't actually budget for that this year because we did not receive it last year, but we did end up receiving that this year. So we just need to bring that to get that added to the budget, which was $2.35 million. And then our other various grants, we always budget, just kind of estimate what the amount would be. And usually we try to be conservative about 90% of the prior year just to be safe. So we have got our final budget awards and all of those, and those have been approved. So we're bringing the other grants as noted here for approval to adjust to the actual award from the state this year. And that will conclude the recommended budget changes for this month.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments?
I got a question. The sale of Southside, I thought it was like 6 something. I don't remember it being 790.
Yeah, it was $790,000 was how much cash we collected from the sale.
Are you opposed to that?
So no, because I need to be clear. We did. This is to Larry and to Charlie Hannah. Did we not reduce the price for the air condition
We,
or something?
Ms. Braswell, we did. The original contract price was for $850,000.
All right.
And that was also the appraised fair market value.
Okay.
And the city came to us because, those systems were aging, and we agreed to split the difference, and we reduced it by $60,000.
I just want to make sure because I didn't remember it being 790. So
No,
I
you-
want to be clear on my numbers.
No,
when
you're
I
exactly
start
right.
asking
You have a
questions.
good memory.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions?
Are we set to receive updates to the outcomes of how the additional expenditures from that sale are used?
Yeah, it was all itemized here within that. So it's so we're going to upgrade our cameras on our school buses. That was $350,000. The MOU with the Boys and Girls Club is $150,000.
Yep.
And then the employee benefit fund is funds we set aside. There's $290,000.
Okay.
And that'll give you a total of $790,000.
Anyone else? All right, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move that to consent agenda. Third item on our agenda is approval of the revised organizational chart for communications. Again, Mr. Smith.
All right, so we do have a couple of adjustments to the communications org chart we'll bring for approval. One of those is we're adding an executive admin assistant to this department that we'll share with our legal and compliance department. The other change is we had a position that was a social media and web content specialist position. We would like to replace that position with a public relations coordinator. And we're bringing that for approval.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will also move to the consent agenda. Item number 4 on the, under the Finance Committee is approval of the revised organizational chart for policy and legal compliance. Again, Mr. Smith.
All right, thank you so much. As I did mention previously, that executive admin assistant will be shared with communications, but there was also a position called a policy and legal compliance strategist. We'd like to tweak that title to be paralegal, and then we can fill that position to give Ms. Kim some assistance with that. Department.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, any discussion? Mr. Walker?
No discussion, but I forgot I was on this committee. I'd like to add my aye vote to both of those. I'm sorry. I don't know where I was, but I wasn't here.
Make sure we note that in the records. Yes, Ms. Valentine.
And I just wanted to add, I think it would be good if, when we're talking about the org chart or any of those structural changes, that we express whether it's preventive measures, that's why we're making these changes, or are they reactive due to something else? Only fair to share that, to be transparent in any of those changes.
I'm not sure Mr. Smith is the one that, it would probably be a departmental answer for that question instead of a finance answer. You're just asking for it to be approved, right?
Right.
Yes.
But just in the future, for future
No, I'm just-
consideration,
Okay.
you know, making
All
sure
right. Yeah, we'll get-
individuals
make
know
sure we
whether
try
it's
to
reallocations and different
Mention
things like
that
that.
next time.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Cobb, do you have any comments on, I mean, do you want to say anything about that?
I don't mind saying anything at all. This is part of what we discussed before. It was frozen, and so we want to unfreeze that and turn it into more what we need for definitely is preventative moving forward to make sure we have all of our positions just operational effectiveness.
Good point, Ms. Valentine. Ms. Kane?
But I guess my question is, when we made this change, didn't he explain it? Why we making the change?
Does everybody
mean-
know that that's sitting out there?
So, because you'll say, you said, you know, they were sharing, and that we was changing to a legal to give Kim some relief. I mean, are we saying we need more than that?
Not more. Not more. She just needs a little, the whole system needs a little more assistance so we can be more timely and effective.
All right, I think we've had a motion and a second, and after some comments, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will also go to consent agenda. The last item for our Finance Committee is approval of the revised organizational chart for special education. And Mr. Smith, once again, you're up to bat.
Thank you so much. So we are recommending to add one preschool facilitator, and that is due to the increased needs in our preschool. We're just seeing a lot more kids coming in for assistance, so we got to evaluate along the way there. And then the second item is actually related to a new grant we're getting. So we want to add 2 parent mentors / liaisons for this new grant that we received to fund those 2 new positions.
Can I just clarify, and I'm probably going to sound naive when I say this, preschool facilitator is pre-K, kindergarten, or it's before pre-K?
Before pre-K. So it's before they actually make it to our system. So we are still responsible for those children and to help for special education to diagnose
Okay,
and identify needs for any
Got it.
children that are eventually be coming to the school system, but we.
got you. Okay, thanks. Any other comments? Oh, Ms.
So is this going to be a full-time position? Because most of those kids come to school for 2 to 3 hours a day. So is this a full-time 73849 position.
Yes, ma'am. This is a full-time, 10-month position. They'll be housed over at the Collins Center, where we have all of our preschool classes co-located with Head Start.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And the other two facilitators, they spend pretty much all their time working on evaluations.
Last question, Dr. Cobb, how many kids are we servicing over there right now?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. Dr. Thomas, it looks like she knows.
Just yell it out.
Girl, just hold your hands up, 10, 20, 30, and 150. Thank you.
My question was similar to Ms. Braswell a little bit. The parent mentor liaison, so they're housed at Copeland or are they central office staff?
Collins.
Excuse me, at Collins or their central office staff?
For the,
Come on down.
I'm going to defer to our Director of Special Education, Dr. Lorena Thomas, but I do believe the answer is central office. She can explain a little bit about this grant we got and the work they'll do.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Once again, the position, the parent mentors, is actually a position we had years ago, and it is a grant-funded position. And the role will be for them to work with parents, with students with special needs, help with communication, assist with, documents, forms. It just couples with the parent mentor that we're having for Title I. So it's just really to support our parents with special needs students.
Okay. And not specifically for Collins then? They can't,
no.
okay, so they
No,
can't
this is for
service
all of
other
our
schools?
Yeah, the two parent mentors will be for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Abbott?
Now I have a question, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say everyone, does that include children that we may be serving that are in private preschools or through Bright from the Start or Babies Can't Wait, anything like
If
that?
they're identified as a special needs student or a student with IEP, then yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Kane?
How long is the grant?
This grant is a one-year grant, and so we received the funds, we had to post the position, and so now we're gonna finish out this year.
Okay, so my next question is, it's a one-year grant?
Yes, ma'am. And the hope will be for us to,
That's,
yes, ma'am, the hope will be for us to continue to apply for it, reapply, and hopefully we'll get it next year, and it'll be a continuation.
okay. And as usual, we are putting on here that on the,
Grant funded.
that
Yes,
is grant
ma'am.
funded. Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Ms. Boyd?
In reference to the grant, we can go ahead and answer this now because I have that same question when it comes to the pre-K program, especially same thing. They will be told it's a grant program. If funds terminate, the position can be eliminated. One of those positions, when we get to HR, they say grant as well.
The parent mentor is grant funded, but the
Right.
preschool special education facilitator, that would be coming out of our local funds. That's not a grant funded.
Okay, so I can ask when we get, it's in
Okay.
HR, it's in HR.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thank you.
Oh,
Just a quick comment for consideration. Moving forward in reference to the organizational chart material that does not address any financials, I think those should be moved, stay with HR, human resources. If there's a financial component, then, I think we can rest it with Bobby, because there's a lot of questions that come up that need to be under human resources. If anybody's in objection, please let our superintendent know and our president. But moving forward, if we're not speaking of any finances in reference to these org chart changes, then we need to give Mr. Smith a break and move it somewhere else. Okay,
Amen.
thank you.
thank you, Mr. Hannah. All right, we've heard the comments and the questions. Can I get a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion for approval and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that will also move to the consent agenda, and that will end the Finance Committee meeting, or, well, we're trying to push it into HR apparently, but that will end the Finance Committee report.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to our Human Resource Committee, Ms. Venus Kane.
The Human Resource Committee will come to order. All members are present. We will have the approval of the monthly superintendent personnel recommendation. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Kane. I am asking for approval of the monthly superintendent's recommendation list, please.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving right along to item number 2, approval of the homeless liaison and foster care job description.
Thank you. I'm asking for approval of the homeless liaison foster care job description.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That can also go to the consent agenda. Approval of the pre-K specialist revised job description. Dr. Shepherd.
I am asking for approval of the pre-K program specialist job description. This is a grant-funded position. It is listed at the top, and also the person that applies and accepts the position is informed and signs a document that they understand it's a grant-funded year by year.
Okay. Is there any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Miss.
I'd make sure I answered your question
Yeah.
for you.
Can we put can we go up just a little bit, the page prior to this one? Yeah. Well, okay, now slide down. There we go, right there. Okay. All right, so I have a question. So we're looking, let's see, a valid, so this is the one where we're changing and we're adding PSC certification, correct?
As an option to be a classified or a certified person.
Okay. And then there was some other that I was reading. It just says elementary or preschool teaching experience preferred. So would that imply that we might not be hiring someone who has ever taught in a preschool classroom?
Well, we will hire someone we prefer someone to have experience. It could be a daycare or something like that has worked with that level of students.
Right, but
They don't
we
have
are
to-
looking for someone who's actually physically worked with
In that environment,
children.
yes. It could be
Okay.
a paraprofessional that's worked in that environment or someone from a daycare or a private
Okay.
facility.
And the reason why I ask this is because the very first duty that's listed for this job provides on-site support to teachers and administrators. So I have a little bit of a hang-up. If someone's providing on-site support to a teacher, so if we have a teacher who's reaching out for assistance and help, I mean, for a teacher, to ask for help, they have to be
I understand.
at the end. And if the person they're asking for help from has never been in the position and has firsthand experience and knowledge on how to deal with certain things in the classroom, I don't think that's fair to the person you're putting in this position. I don't think it's fair to the teacher that's requesting it. Do you see what I'm saying? So,
understand.
So I just want to make sure that the qualifications that we're looking for someone who is, even though the position isn't necessarily a licensed position, a highly qualified person, because
Yes.
you want that on-site support.
I agree. Like, I can give an example of a registered behavior technician that has worked with pre-K students, but they don't have a teaching certificate, but they have specialized training and expertise working with that level of students. So, yes, I do understand what you're saying.
All right, just
Thank you for bringing that up.
Hey,
Yes,
no worries.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It can go to the consent agenda. Approval of the Director of Internal Auditing, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. If Dr. DeAndrea Jackson, please stand. Today, we bring before you Dr. DeAndrea Jackson. She is currently serving as the Federal Programs Program Specialist. She has her BS in Accounting from Albany State, her Master's in Business Administration and Finance from University of Cincinnati, her EDS in Educational Administration and Supervision from Albany State, and her EDD in Educational Leadership from Georgia Southern. She began as a teacher at Josie High School, Butler High School, and she was assistant principal at Ursula Collins, George P. Butler, principal of Deer Chase Elementary, principal of Murphy Middle School. She worked in our CTAE program with work-based learning, and she is, like I said, currently with our federal program. So today we bring before you recommendation, Director of Internal Auditing, Dr. DeAndrea Jackson.
Move to approve?
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Jackson. It is your family here. And if they are, please stand so we can recognize you. And we look forward to working with you in this position. and we will see you back at 6. Thank you. We will now have approval of the principal of Richmond Hill Elementary, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Dr. Tamika Darasal, please stand. Today, we bring before you Dr. Tamika Darasal as principal of Richmond Hill Elementary. She's currently serving as the assistant principal at Richmond Hill Elementary. She was a teacher at Diamond Lakes, an instructional coach at Barton Chapel, assistant principal at Cross Creek High School, Terrace Manor Elementary, Glen Hills Elementary, and presently at Richmond Hill. She has her BS in early childhood from Payne College, her master's in instructional technology from Troy State, her EDS in educational administration from Lincoln Memorial, and her EDD in curriculum studies from Georgia Southern University. And tonight we recommend Dr. Tamika Darasal, principal, Richmond Hill Elementary.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Dr. Darasal. Is your family here? And if they are, would they please stand? Congratulations. We look forward to working with you in your new position, and we'll see you back as well at 6 o'clock. That ends the Human Resources Committee.
Thank you so much. Next, we're moving on to our Instruction Committee. Mr. Walker again.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Larry. Our first item under Instruction Committee is approval of the revised policy IBB charter schools. Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, committee members, board members, and Dr. Cobb. If y'all will remember, back in October, we brought to y'all the proposed revisions to policy IBB regarding charter schools and the petition process, and these revisions were brought about due to Senate Bill 82 and the corresponding changes to the State Board Rule 160-4-9.05, which in essence swings back the timelines 1 month for us, where any charter petitions need to be received by January so that y'all can have time to take action by April 1st. So that's the main gist of the changes, as well as if we deny a charter, we have 20 days to respond. So those are some of the highlights. The policy has sat for over 30 days, and there have been no public comments, and so we come to you tonight requesting final approval of policy IBB, as well as procedure that corresponds with that policy, IBB R1.
All right, thank you. Are there any comments or questions concerning this? There being none, can I get an approval?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that'll move to our consent agenda. The second item, thank you, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you very much.
Second item is the approval of the 2026-2027 RCSS course offerings. Ms. Ponder.
Hello, Mr. Walker, committee members, Dr. Cobb, and Mr. Lowry.
Yes, ma'am.
Each year, we bring forth our course offerings for approval. Today, I come to stand before you for our 26-27 course offerings. This is a joint collaboration between multiple departments that include special education, high school programming, workforce development, student services, and also teaching and learning. It aligns on our strategic map with student achievement. Today, this brief presentation will we'll discuss the K-12 course offerings, our timeline and process, our updates, communication plan, and also how do we measure our success with this process. Policy IDA, curriculum design and development, aligns to support the course offerings, so the curriculum that is aligned. Within our timeline, you'll notice November the 1st, this is the deadline in which our schools are requesting new courses and also conversations about pathways. We are now within the window of November through May, where our schools will prepare and build their master schedules built based upon the approved courses. Throughout January and June, if there are new courses that require revisions to the curriculum, those additions are made, and also we prepare for budgeting. We only have one update to bring to you today within our high school CTAE programming. We have removed sheet metal 1, and we've added welding 2. This addition comes to support better alignment with the instructional needs of that pathway. How will we communicate this plan? Throughout December and May, we'll meet with our administrators. We'll hold course offering supports for our school-based folks to help to support those master scheduling teams. We will update our website to highlight the course offerings. And we will also have emails that are exchanged and additional trainings along the way to support schools with this addition. How will we measure our success? This process will ensure that our master schedules meet the needs of all of our students. We have uniformity across our schools within our school district. Also, our curriculum resources are available to support each of the approved course offerings in our catalogs, and our written curriculum is aligned to the standards for all of the courses. We are asking today for approval for the school year 26-27 course offerings.
Thank you, Ms. Ponder. Is there any, Ms. Abbott?
I have two questions real quick, Ms. Ponder. The first one is, and I hope I'm not. No, I'm not jumping ahead. All right, page 80 of the course offerings where it talks about senior early release process. Is that new?
This is the senior release policy that we have had in place. It is not new.
Okay, so it has been something that we've been doing.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am. In the catalog, we're highlighting, and we're also in conversations with our principals about the exemption policy. So senior release, ensuring that approval is granted. Any student that will require or has asked for senior release privileges, it will have to be approved by the assistant superintendent. There is an extreme hardship piece that is highlighted in that policy. So we're highlighting, making sure that we provide opportunities for all of our kids. When you think about increasing our workforce development, we need our kids in school all day. Preparing them for life beyond high school, a full day of experience with work and also school. And so we're looking to enhance our AP, dual enrollment, and workforce development offerings.
So my question, so with this year, with adding the ELA piece to, so my daughter in 8th grade is taking a high school ELA, a high school science, and a high school math. That would count as credits towards, her as an 8th grader towards her high school.
Yes.
So what's going to happen to her senior year then if she's already got 3 of her 4 core classes that she needs those credits for?
So as she enters high school next year through our advisement process, the counselor at her assigned school will be talking with her about those opportunities along the way, and they will be building a plan of support for her.
But would we be pushing, and I'm using her as an example, but I'm asking this question for all parents who currently have 8th graders right now, because you're starting your 9th grade with 3 credits. So looking at the course catalog, the only options really are AP courses and things like that. What if you have a child that doesn't want to take AP chemistry their senior? I mean, I can't necessarily, blame a kid on that.
So we have AP, dual enrollment, and workforce development opportunities. And then also, if there is a need and a senior has requested for that senior release, then that conversation will take place between the principal of that school and the assistant superintendent about granting that senior release privilege.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're really communicating with the parents about this, because you may be thinking, oh, my kid's going to have like this easy senior year, but in reality, there could be 3 AP classes dumped on them their senior year. And a lot of kids they're not looking for that. And with the dual enrollment, as great as it is, and I'd love every kid to do it, you have to have a certain SAT score to get into dual, so they might not make it into dual enrollment. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan for anybody who's not wanting to go the let's take 4 AP courses my senior year route.
Yes,
Ms. Ponder,
ma'am.
I want to just kind of comment on that. So part of what our procedure says is that all students will be enrolled in a full academic day. That's what our board expects of all students. It's supposed to be by exception only in extreme hardships that we would have what some people refer to as senior release. But several years ago, when we had 8th graders take all these high school classes, many reached that milestone of their senior year, really honestly only needing 1 class.
Right.
And so the decision was made to stop offering all those 8th grade classes. But until we got that group through, we try to be very flexible with allowing those groups of students to not have a full academic day. What we're seeing on the back end of that, though, is our students some of them are leaving at lunch. They are enjoying their early release, and then they are not prepared when they go out into the workforce, which is not necessarily a full academic day. We see that when they're going to college, we have a higher number of students that are needing remediation and not making it past that first year. Part of what we want to do is, now that we have that group of students who did take a lot of classes in the 8th grade, now that we have them through, we want to make sure we have the opportunity to ramp up electives as well. So maybe you could take your book. That's just like one of those great classes you can take as a senior. It's fun, it's engaging, it's something you do. It doesn't have to be dual enrollment. Not all of our dual enrollment partners require an SAT score. Yes, Augusta University does. You have to have that. They're pretty adamant, right? But some of our others don't. But also, you said workforce development. I'm going to say it a different way. Work-based learning. Many of our students have jobs, and they can receive high school credit for working that job through our work-based learning program. So we really, to be honest, we are taking many opportunities kind of off the table by allowing them to, quote, just go home. But really what's changed, there's nothing changed in the written process, is how we're doing it with our students, that we've added Dr. Hall to that process so that we can talk about what was the hardship, what was the thinking that was going on when this was approved for that student. But it does require communication. Yes. Because I have a 9th grader myself, and when the counselor came in, she said, if you pass all your classes senior year, you can get early release. So he was like, all right, I got a goal. So we've been communicating that for a while. It's going to take a little while for us to have a culture shift, but we want to make sure that we are offering to our seniors a full course offering. It's really just kind of in the practice of it all, if that helps.
No, that's
Okay.
fine, but like that early release does come with, you have to have a job, or you have to have.
It's
like,
supposed to
there has
come with you
be-
have a job, because it's really not early release, that's work-based learning.
Right.
That allows you, and work-based learning doesn't always have to be at the end of the day. So we have some of our students who maybe work
do.
light, their work-based learning period could be first and second period. We have an entire workforce development team. I see they're all kind of nodding, they're excited about being able to offer this. But one reason that some students don't finish a CTAE pathway is because they're leaving early. We're like, stay, learn a skill, take your certification, your end of pathway assessment, graduate high school with additional credentials, instead of heading home early.
Right.
So-
And I'm totally in agreement with that. What I don't want is a kid thinking that my senior year I only have to take one class, and then, and then he gets told that they don't get to
That's
do
right.
that. So
And we've made a commitment too, and I'm going to speak out and hope, because we are working on it. We're trying to make sure every high school student has a counseling session with their counselor every year. Every year, you and your parent, whether they're on the phone or virtual, that you are looking at what courses you need to take. Kind of, we call it advisement, right? That is supposed to be happening every year. So there should be multiple opportunities for families to look at what else is available.
And then my second question is looking at all the courses and all the numbers for Infinite Campus and all that. So have any of those course numbers changed, or have we just added classes? And the reason why I ask this is I want to make sure that all of our bookkeepers and anyone who's dealing with that, because that's where we could lose a ton of money. So anytime we change these course numbers, and maybe a data clerk's been used to typing in the same number, and if that course number's changed, we want to make sure that they're getting assigned the right things. Just want to make sure that we're doing that.
Yes, ma'am. The course numbers align to the Godot course number list.
Right,
So the
but they're
only-
getting the training that they need to make sure that they punch those numbers in correctly.
Yes, ma'am. Our registrars are receiving ongoing training.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak on behalf of IT for a moment. As soon as you approve this catalog, one of the things that we do is we change those course numbers so that is the only option that they have. That's done at the district level.
Accidentally do a 6 for an 8 or.
They don't key it in manually.
Ms. Boyd?
Dr. Cobb and I briefly discussed this, but to kind of take it back, one of the suggestions I was thinking is to speak to the 11th graders, because those are going to be your ones who they're preparing now. I will have senior release
Even
next
10th
year.
graders.
10th too. Because in their mind right now, I'm a senior next year and I will have it. And I heard that you were meeting, I think, with principals, but is there something going on, some kind of training with the counselors, where there's specifically something being done throughout the district, all schools, same way at all schools, to make sure that the 10th and 11th graders receive this information?
Yes, ma'am. The counselors have already started their training. In addition to the other members, so part of our communication plan is to ensure that principals are aware, our counselors are receiving the ongoing necessary training, as well as our registrars.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Ms. Boyle. I need a motion for approval. Sorry, I got in a lull there.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will move on to the consent agenda, and Ms. Powder, thank you for the presentation. All right, our final item number under Instruction Committee is for information only, and it's state-identified schools, and that would be Dr. Young. Come forward, there she is.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Lowry, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Walker, committee members, board members, Dr. Cobb, staff and guests. I come before you today to share with you for information only an update on the performance of our federally identified schools. This afternoon, you will hear information regarding the federal identification criteria, our district plan of support, Georgia milestones data, school improvement actions and successes, as well as next steps. A key component that I'd like to highlight in our vision statement is preparing every student, and in our mission statement, empowering our students. Continuous growth for all learners, including students and employees, is at the heart of everything we do. All of our objectives outlined in our strategy map impacts the success of student achievement, our ultimate goal. Tonight, you will see how the implementation of critical initiatives, activities, have garnered our success for our federally identified schools. The purpose. One of the requirements in our memorandum of agreement with the Georgia Department of Education is for our local Board of Education to receive updates on federally identified schools within our district to include district plan of support, actions and results of implementation, school improvement actions and results, school data, successes and sustainability. Under the Federally Identified, or ESSA Act, states are required to identify schools in need of additional support. In Georgia, these designations are referred to as Comprehensive Support and Improvement, CSI, Targeted Support and Improvement, TSI. In 2023, Georgia's amendment to update its process to identify CSI and TSI schools was approved by the United States Department of Education. Federal school identification for schools identified as comprehensive support and improvement. Georgia uses a staged approach for identification to its process for CSI schools in 3 categories. The lowest performing 5% of all Title I schools in Georgia, all high schools with a graduation rate at or below 67%, school identification for additional targeted support and school improvement for the same student groups for 6 years or 2 cycles. Identification will be identified for CSI support. Schools may exit the CSI list after 3 years if they no longer meet the lowest 5% interest criteria and demonstrate improvement in content mastery in ELA, math, or science achievement. High schools may exit if they attain a 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate higher than 67%. CSI schools are identified every 3 years. CSI schools that do not exit CSI support after 3 years will be identified for Tier 4 support. Georgia uses a staged identification process to identify TSI schools in 2 categories: targeted support and improvement and additional targeted support and improvement. We will discuss targeted support and improvement first. TSI identifies any school with 1 or more consistently underperforming subgroup. TSI schools may exit if no subgroup is performing in the lowest 5% of all schools and at least 50% of CCRPI. TSI schools are identified annually. Additional targeted support and improvement, ATSI. Among schools meeting the TSI criteria, ATSI identifies any school in which any student group on its own would be identified as CSI. ATSI schools may exit if no subgroup is performing in the lowest 5% of all schools and at least 50% of CCRPI and subgroups' current score is greater than the previous school for all components. ATSI schools are identified every 3 years. The schools displayed are our Tier 4 comprehensive support and improvement schools and their reason for their designation in 2023. The schools displayed are our elementary comprehensive support and improvement schools and their reason for designation in 2023. The schools displayed are our middle school and high school comprehensive support and improvement schools and their reason for designation in 2023. The schools displayed are our targeted support and improvement schools and their reason for designation in 2024. The schools displayed are our assisted targeted support and improvement schools and their reason for designation in 2023. Our system has a plan of support for our identified schools. You can view the full plan of support under our school improvement webpage. We meet monthly with our Godot and CSRA RESA partners to discuss the implementation and results of our plan. We have 15 action steps. I will highlight a few. Monitoring quality Tier 1 instruction in ELA and math, and we monitor the implementation through observations using Godot's HIP rubric and Cognia's tools. Monitoring the use of data tools and activities for our at-risk graduation cohorts to identify at-risk students and provide support to schools. Intense monitoring of attendance and discipline using data tools for students at risk of chronic absenteeism and positive behavior intervention systems. Tailored professional learning and support for new leaders and teachers and coaching strategies for principals serving at federally identified schools in their first 2 years. We are very intentional about the support that we're providing to our schools. We're excited to share the results of our collective efforts. Our identified schools receive 2 cross-functional team walkthroughs each semester. We ensure that schools receive feedback on 2 areas of Elliott: high expectations and active learning. Elliott is the observation tool from Cognia that focuses on what the learners are doing. These areas were selected for our identified schools because they have high yield results. All schools, at a minimum, have 90 minutes of collaborative planning. Our assistant superintendents support collaborative planning by providing feedback on 2 areas for our identified schools using the Georgia Department of Education's High Impact Practices rubric. The chart on the left is the data for teachers analyzing standards using the High Impact rubric 3, which shows 50% operational and 3.5% exemplary. To the right is the data for teachers creating lesson plans with standards-based learning targets and identified success criteria, High Impact Practice number 5, which shows 59% operational, and this is during the months of September 2nd to November 14th. For long-term English learners, those served by the EL program 5 years or more, 100% of English learners' teachers are implementing Flashlight 360 and Summit K-12 assessments. As a result, students are growing and completing their personalized learning plans. Displayed is a summary of school improvement actions in our identified schools with the support of our system, Godot, and CSRA RESA partners. The leaders and teachers are working diligently on enhancing student progress monitoring, monitoring classroom instruction for support, and monitoring professional learning. For the Georgia Milestones Assessment System, Georgia educators have developed 4 achievement levels to describe student mastery and command of knowledge and skills outlined in Georgia's content standards. Beginning learners do not yet demonstrate proficiency. Developing learners demonstrate partial proficiency. Proficient learners demonstrate proficiency, and distinguished learners demonstrate advanced proficiency. The next few slides will show a comparison of data of our learners scoring developing and above. Displayed are the ELA Georgia Milestones end of grade data for elementary school. The green arrow represents growth from the previous test administration. The first column of data shows the percent of learners that are scoring developing and above for the 2023 year, when schools were first identified. The second column shows the percent of learners scoring developing and above in 2024, and the third column shows the percent of learners scoring developing and above in 2025. You will notice a few schools, Barton Chapel, Garrett, and Montesano, only show 2025 data. These schools were named to the TSI list released January 2025, which is a one-year designation, and these schools can exit in 1 year. We're excited about the growth that is shown. Displayed is the ELA Georgia milestones in the grade data for middle school. Again, Richmond Hill and Tut only have 2025 data because they were named to the TSI list that was released January of 2025, and this list is released annually. Displayed is the American Literature Georgia milestones end of course data for high school. Displayed is the Math Georgia milestones end of grade data for elementary school. Displayed is the Georgia milestones end of grade data for middle school. Displayed is the Algebra Georgia milestones end of course data for high school. Through our continuous school improvement efforts, we have consistently monitored our processes, action steps, and interventions to ensure we are improving learner outcomes. Success and processes include informal and formal continuous improvement team meetings at the school level, district formal continuous improvement team meetings, cross-functional team observation ratings on high leverage components, monitoring student achievement using multiple data points. I will highlight a few successes in our action steps. Increasing literacy skills by enhancing monitoring of research-based strategies, monitoring the use of achievement level descriptors, monitoring attendance and discipline using the attendance review teams, Spotlight, and PBIS with Fidelity. Successes and interventions include providing wraparound services to meet the various needs of our students and their families, increasing instructional support for at-risk students, and monitoring graduation cohort progress with Fidelity. We are proud to share that 2 of our identified schools received Godot recognition. Jamestown Elementary was named as a literacy leader, and Tut Middle School was named as a math leader. We are intentional about the support that we provide to schools in collaboration with the Georgia Department of Education and our CSRA RESA partners. We are excited to share that due to our collective efforts and the hard work of the administration, staff, students, and families at Barton Chapel, Garrett, Montesano Elementary Schools, and Richmond Hill and Tut Middle Schools, these schools have successfully exited the targeted support and improvement schools list at 10 a.m. this morning. Displayed are 10 items that we will continue to implement for sustainability and next steps. I will highlight a few. Identifying actions for continuous improvement, assisting school leadership in prioritizing initiatives, monitoring and supporting the needs of schools identified at their short-term action plan meetings and their 45 and 90-day review meetings. Continuing the collaboration efforts of Richmond County School System, Godot, and CSRA RESA for continuous improvement in student achievement and teacher and leader professional growth and development. Thank you.
That's a lot. Dr. Young, thank you for that. I would like to turn and ask if anybody has any comments or questions. Ms. Abbott?
Thank you so much for that. That was a lot of information. And I don't know that this is a question, but when I was reading through the packet and looking at all of this, I feel like this is something I kind of just want to say in support of all of my K-2 teachers out there, pre-K teachers too, trying to teach these children how to read and dramatic play and singing and dancing and phonics, which we all know is so important to them, building those synapses in their brain so that they can be successful. And we all know that being on grade level when reading by the time they hit 3rd grade is a very good predictor of their if they're going to graduate or not. So if you look back, and you can look at this page 33, but if you look back at page 20, 28, and 30, and this is not me admonishing anyone, because this is a lot of work and effort that has been put in by this district for years and moving children forward. But if you look at all those pages, it says implement this and monitor this and monitor that. And if you'll go back to page 20, that'd be super helpful. Nowhere in there do I see just increased reading, increased dramatic play, increasing opportunities for students to participate in their kindergarten classroom. It just feels like monitoring. We all know what monitoring means. Monitoring means testing. And we can't get rid of some testing. I totally understand and I get it. We also look at classroom observations, and classroom observations, I've done them. I've been on both ends. I've observed people, and I've been the observed one. Classroom observations never really, that's not where I grew as a teacher. Where I grew as a teacher is when people came into my classroom and sat me at the back of the classroom with a notepad, and they taught my class for me. They showed me and modeled for me what it was supposed to look like in my classroom. So I just, as we look at this and as we look at how we can grow our students, please let's make sure that we're really pushing that reading in K through 2. We're pushing dramatic play. I don't know that we sing as much as we used to in kindergarten. I haven't seen a lot of kindergarten. I can still sing the Months of the Year song that Miss Lula Berry taught me at Blythe Elementary School in 1980, whatever. I mean, it's just, it's stuff like that sticks with you, but it's also what gets you to that senior year. So while we're doing all these assessments and all of this monitoring, can we please make sure that we're not monitoring out what needs to be done in that classroom and support the teachers in a... We model to the students. We need to model to our teachers, I guess is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Our early learning team is diligent in making sure that we have structures in place to support literacy and numeracy in our early grades. I know last month you heard from Ms. Darling, who came and shared with you all some of the strategies that we're implementing. And so they're very diligent about making sure that we're really focusing on K3, to ensure that our students are reading on grade level by 3rd grade.
And I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't want it to not be fun.
Yes, ma'am. They make it fun. They make it fun. If you ever watch Fundations, because I used to be K2 literacy specialist, so, we make sure that it's engaging for our students and they want to engage in it. And in addition, our professional learning team, they do rapid coaching cycles where they actually go in and model for teachers. We use our Elliott data to determine what professional learning and support that teachers actually need. So modeling and coaching, real-time whisper coaching are some of the things that we actually do. It's just not captured in this presentation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else? Again, Dr. Young, wonderful information, a lot to, obviously, it takes a bunch of folks to get all that together. So, and Ms. Abbott, thank you for your comments. I'm not sure what the 80s part you were talking about. Was it early 80s, late 80s?
Just the 80s.
But again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that will end the Instructions Committee presentations for this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walker. Next, we'll have our Student Service Committee, Mr. Charlie Hanna.
All right. Thank you, Mr. VP. I would like to call Student Service Committee to order. Everyone is present. We have 3 items. All information. First one will be Ms. Barnes, information only, pilot program of cameras in low incidence special education classroom. Ms. Barnes?
Good evening, board members.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Ms. Barnes. I've been corrected.
Okay, corrected.
Dr. Barnes.
All right.
My apologies.
Put some respect on us.
All right, okay, thanks. Good evening, Mr. Hanna, committee members, board members, and Dr. Cobb. This evening, I will come to you and give you an overview of our pilot program of cameras in our low incidence classes. If you look at our mission, vision, and beliefs, and also in our strategy map, the theme for tonight will be safety for all is a priority. Especially if you look at our strategy map, we'll look at that last bucket. Again, we're looking at a safe and secure learning environment. More specifically, we're looking at ensuring a physical and emotional safety for all students and staff members. All right, let's jump into the meat of what we're here for tonight. Before we get started, I do want to provide some background and context about where we are. This started as, well, I know you have been talking about cameras for a while, but starting last year, that came to us as a budget priority for FY25. And so we were able to fund that through some of our safety fund, our safety grant. But if you look at some of the priorities, we want to make sure that there's an increase in complex needs and communication challenges among students in our low incident classes. Ongoing need to ensure student safety, protect staff, and strengthen family trust. And we also want to make sure that this is not an evaluation tool for teachers. It's just for observation and, again, making sure that we have trust between families and the school. As I mentioned earlier, funding did come through our safety grant from spring 2025. And the use of the cameras for safety, we want to make sure that we have incident review and staff support. This special education initiative was introduced by Dr. Thomas at our July board committee meeting. We have identified 5 classrooms, and there's 1 in each cluster, 2 in cluster 1. We have 1 in cluster 2 and 1 each at a middle and a high school, and I'll talk about that on our next slide. We want to begin the pilot in January 2026 and for the duration to be for the entire second semester. On our next slide, we want to look at some of the schools and the classrooms that we have identified. So if we look at Lake Forest Hills, again, that's in cluster 1 in our autism classroom. I also have the installation dates. I won't go over all of those. But when we looked at classrooms and schools, we tried to look at long-established programs. And our installation dates, if you notice, the last installation date was at the end of October. Thus, we have our pilot starting in January. Some of the goals of the pilot, and I've said this again, that safety, student safety will be a theme through tonight. We want to enhance student safety and well-being in our low incidence classes. And you know, we talk about our low incidence classes, we're talking about some of our most challenging special education students. Provide an objective record in the event of reported incidents or concerns. Support staff training and coaching around de-escalation and student support. And again, we want to make sure that we strengthen trust, communication, and we have transparencies with our families. If we look at our legal and policy considerations, and we've been working with Ms. Fletcher on this, our pilot will comply with all of our applicable state and federal laws, especially when we look at FERPA. Our videos will be used for general surveillance of non-involved students and staff. And on the next couple of slides, I'll go in more detail about some of our procedures for privacy, retention, and access. And I'll also talk more about our communication plan in terms of notifications sent to staff and parents. So let's jump into our privacy and data management. Videos will be stored securely and restricted access to authorized personnel only. You know, the cameras that we have in our 5 classrooms, they're a part of our overall surveillance in the schools. So whoever has access to those surveillance includes school administration and district administration. So teachers would not have access. There are no cameras that parents have access to that. The only people that can access that are people who currently have access to our cameras. Recordings will only be reviewed in response to a documented concern, incident, or formal request, and that will be indicated in a parent letter. I do want to add that this is not for general classroom observations. Special education does have a separate process if parents would like to have classroom observations. And they can work with Dr. Thomas and the schools, and we have that process in place, and we'll indicate that on our notification to parents. Also, our retention timelines and deletion processes will follow our current procedures. Again, this is already on our general surveillance server, and that timeline is 30 days. Footage will not be shared publicly and will be treated as confidential student and personnel information. So again, we talk more about FERPA, and this will not be accessible through open records. Through our roles and responsibilities, our district special education department, led by Dr. Thomas, will be in charge of the overall oversight of the pilot and monitoring of the implementation. Of course, the school principals and administrators, the day-to-day surveillance and communication with our families and staff. Our maintenance and IT department will be in charge of equipment maintenance, storage, and access control. And as problems occur or incidents arise, we will refer to human resources and legal for guidance on personnel and compliance issues. If we want to talk a little bit more about our communication plan, first we will meet with principals and talk about duties and responsibilities and some of their oversight. We have started to work on our written notifications to teachers and also written notifications to parents, guardians of students in the pilot classrooms. That will include the guidelines on when and how video may be accessed and by whom and how that process looks. And of course, we want to make sure we maintain open channels for feedback and questions throughout the pilot. With the pilot, we want to make sure that we evaluate, so we will collect data on the use of our video in response to incidents or concerns. Make sure that we gather feedback from teachers, principals, parents, and students. We want to review our impact on safety, communication, and resolution of complaints. And we will use our findings to determine whether we want to expand our program, revise, or discontinue the program. And so I want to end with our benefits. Again, increased sense of safety and security for all of our students and staff, be more efficient and accurate investigations of incidents as they occur, support for staff in implementing best practices for student support and de-escalation, and then have improved collaboration and trust between our schools and families. At this time, Mr. Hanna, I will turn it over to you for any questions. If there are any logistical questions about the cameras, I'll answer that. For any maintenance or operational questions about cameras, I'm going to defer to Mr. Allen if he's okay with that. Okay. Yes.
Ms. Stovall?
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Barnes, thank you for that update. The cameras that we use, are they 360 cameras? Or are they like in a corner looking out with the panoramic view?
They have a panoramic view.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted you to restate the problem this pilot intends to solve.
Say that one more time.
The pilot. What is the problem it intends to solve? Because I think it's fair that we've gone through this, but we need parents in the community to know, because sometimes misinformation can get out there.
If we go back to the goal slide, because I think I can say it, but I want parents to be able to see it while I talk through that. On the slide that says goals of the pilot, again, we want to increase. I'll stop and he'll catch up with me. Goals of the pilot to increase student safety and for students and teachers and well-being in those low incidence classes. Again, those are our most challenging. Those are nonverbal students, students with communication issues or challenges. And we want to make sure that we provide an objective record, because if parents come and say something happened and how we've been in the past, we can't ask the student. We want to make sure that we have an objective record of what happened and we can go back and look at that. Also, we want to make sure that we support our teachers and staff in the classroom. We want to make sure that we have adequate training, as we're reviewing videos and if there looks like there needs to be additional training for our faculty and staff, we want to make sure that we provide that. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we talk about trust, communication, and that we're transparent in the process.
And my next question is, can you elaborate or just make sure it's clear that there is a distinct difference between this pilot and the day-to-day request?
Yes, this is not a classroom observation pilot. If parents would like to do like they do now, we do have a process now. If parents would like to have classroom observations in those classrooms, there's a process. They can contact the school. Most of them contact Dr. Thomas, and there's a process that they go through with that. But yes, this is not I want to see video from 8 to 4, and I want to see how my child did all day. There's a separate process for that. This is for any identified incidents or parents say there was a problem, we can go back and review that information together. So yes, ma'am, it is a distinct process.
And I know we didn't have specific dates to ensure functionality, but installation is separate from actual active functioning. So even though the installation dates may have been in October, active functioning and recording for the pilot purposes were not done. I just definitely want you to share some of the things your team has done to ensure, like templates and stuff like that, that principals will have in place to share with communication with families.
Yes, we're actually working on that now. We'll share those with principals first. I know the parent letter is ready, the letter for the teachers, they're almost ready. So we'll talk with principals as well about maintenance on the cameras. Again, it'll be on their computer just like their other cameras, so they can monitor the maintenance of the cameras. I know that may be one question that I've heard about what happened if the camera goes down, when do they know that's down, and being on a rotation to check to make sure that the cameras are active. In terms of overall maintenance of the cameras, Mr. Allen, I don't know if you want to speak to that, if they've been tested already.
Yes, ma'am. So there was a period of live of those cameras just being tested to make sure they were functional and they were tied into our overall surveillance as well. And if there's a request for a change in those cameras, if one goes black, our SRO here, we have dispatch who watches all of our cameras. And so if one goes out, if the school doesn't notice it, then there is a request that goes into school due to have that camera adjusted. Because sometimes it may even though it's panoramic, it may be pointing in a certain direction and just may need an adjustment as well if that panoramic function is not working.
Okay, and I guess my last question is for Mr. Allen. Is it fair to say that you want to make sure this gets up and running correctly the first time, even if it means time may be needed?
So I think the most important thing next is to make sure you guys were aware today, and then to make sure that the parent letter, the communication to teachers, training, and principals have a chance to review. And so once those things have been completed, which we're hoping January, and that's the case, then we would like to start, but not until all that communication is in place like Dr. Barnes spoke about.
Thank you.
And I do want to say we have been working in collaboration with Ms. Fletcher on all of our communication.
Thank you.
Ms. Braswell?
So, let me start out by saying I am thrilled to have the cameras coming into those classrooms. It has been something that some of us parents have been asking for probably about 15 years. I don't know if any of you all know of Jessica Wells, but many times she stood over there and she stood over there and she talked about having cameras in these kind of classrooms. Now, you all came before us on July the 22nd, and you mentioned that this was one of the things that you wanted to do in the classroom. So my first question for you is, how were those classrooms chosen?
So one of the things, I was not in that initial meeting, but talking with Dr. Thomas, we were looking at some of our long-established classrooms, like classrooms that had been established. I know at Lake Forest Hills and Sue Reynolds, we had 2 classrooms, and then as needs maybe came up last year. But again, our pilot program is just a pilot. We hope to expand and we hope to have a successful pilot so that we can expand for the coming years.
And then when you all started installing these cameras, I see they got started being installed in August was what, Lake Forest?
Yes.
And then the rest of them was in October. Was there a case where the camera was working in a classroom?
So there was a time where they were being tested in those schools as well to make sure they were functioning into the overall school security function as well. So there was a latency period there as well. Our goal was for those not to be live and for it to be in use because we had not followed the process, but they were being tested at schools to make sure that they were accurate and that they worked into the system. That's correct.
But however, there was an incident where it was live. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we're going to keep the stuff on the cameras for 30 days?
Yes, ma'am. So that's the goal. We spoke about that today, that you remember our bus issue, we wanted to make sure cameras are 30 days, and it's a rolling, once it gets to day 30, it will delete day 1. So we have a 30-day functionality that's contiguous throughout. And so that is the goal, but that is something we want to make sure that the deleting of that day is accurate. So when parents do have a request, or district does as well, we want to make sure that's aligned. So that is something we're
So my last question is, how you roll this out to the parents? Because I really have a problem with getting the emails that we're getting about something that they're saying is already happening in the classroom. I get y'all brought it to us in July, but when these cameras was installed, I personally would have loved for you all to come back at the end of October, the beginning of November, and said, we have successfully installed these cameras, and we're getting ready to roll out, getting ready to roll this program out. That didn't happen. And because of that, the calls and the emails made it look as if we were just dumb to what was going on. So for future references, I'm asking you all, because something that you told us in July, I'm 62 years old, I might not don't remember in December.
Yes, ma'am, that's fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely.
I want to be kept in the loop because I am on the committee as to how you all roll this out to the parents.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't think they get it. Being a parent of a special needs child, I don't get it.
Okay, yes,
Because
ma'am.
what's the process they need to understand is the piece that the cameras are not there to spy on the teachers. The
Correct.
cameras are not there to just see what my kid is doing all day. Here's the process. If they don't understand process A, they'll never get process B.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Barnes?
Oh, I thought he was talking to me.
Well, I would, but.
I'm kidding.
Okay. I consider this an executive level overview, but I'm requesting that this comes back next month under my committee. In reference to a specific policy position for pilot. Most of it is in here, but I needed a little more detail for board approval. And I will look at it as something that would be iterative, and hopefully we can, if it's successful, and I think it will be, then we can take that policy and make it permanent, or make the necessary changes. So I'm just asking for it to come back next month with some type of policy. I'm pretty sure Mr. Fletcher, be able to put something together for us.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm taking notes.
Okay, thank you
So
very
let me
much.
make sure I have clarification. So when we're in, let me repeat back what I thought I heard.
Okay.
You want the policy information to come back next month, or you want the plan of how it went? Okay, you want a policy.
Policy that the board could approve for the pilot program. Although we have policies in place for cameras, I want something specific to this particular pilot.
Okay. So policy or memorandum?
No, a temporary policy.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to make sure I bring it to present so we can put it out for 30 days of review and then bring back comments. I just kind of want to make sure I understand. Do we want the procedure to go with the particular policy? I want to make sure we get it right.
Or a draft?
That's what they're working on now.
What do you think, Dr. Barnes?
What do you think, Ms. Fletcher?
I saw Kim stand up. Let Kim speak to it because we've been talking about the need probably
Right.
for written procedures to address all cameras.
Right.
All cameras. We have them on our buses. We have them from the moment you walk in the door. So we've been talking about that as well. Kim, you want to talk? Okay.
Yes, thank you. So we could tie it to an existing policy and develop procedures, because I do believe we need procedures
do.
regarding not just the cameras, but on requests for video footage regarding all the different types of cameras. And we could bring that to y'all along with the notification to the parents. I've been working on a video request form, so we could bring you the whole package as a procedure, if you like. That way, if you approve it, it could be attached to, I'm thinking JS, student safety, might be a good place to attach it, but I'll look at that and we can see if that's the most
Well,
appropriate.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds suitable to me. So we don't, not necessary for it to sit for 30 days, but I need something a little more detailed for
So
the
like
board to look at.
So a procedure that if the pilot, can we do it like a procedure that if the pilot is successful, we can then adapt to a policy? You know,
What do you think?
Saying something before it launches.
no,
Oh,
I
yeah.
get the something before it launches, but it would be presented as a procedure of how it will be happening and in the pilot stage. And then if the pilot is successful,
Right.
we can then convert that to a policy.
That was better
because
than-
it would be continuing on from a trial and error thing to a this is what we do.
See, that was way better than what I stated.
Okay, just wanted to
I
make
need to
sure.
seek clarification to make sure we understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we don't presently have a procedure on how to retrieve the video footage off of the bus, off of the school camera when you're in the gym. Like, we don't, so we would like to create a procedure regarding all cameras. And the pilot would then be a part of that for all cameras. Would that be acceptable as well? Certainly put a pause on turning the cameras on. I hear that part. Being able to bring those procedures, but may we make it bigger than the pilot and address all cameras because they would follow the same process?
Yes.
That's correct. They're all considered surveillance, on different systems. So I see a need. From going through this process.
So do I.
We've seen a need
We all
for,
do.
that would cover some of those, I'm gonna call it a gap, to use one of Mr. Allen's terms.
Well, because we need everybody to be consistent.
And on the same page.
Yeah.
Let's make it bigger than.
Internal and external.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm requesting that comes back next month.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for the
Is,
opportunity.
so
Thank you.
let me ask another question. Would next month be enough time? Because I know we have 2 weeks for vacation coming back. And then our board meeting is like that second Tuesday. So could we give it by no later than February? The board meeting, committee meeting for February?
Yeah, Charlie.
We'll do whatever is at the board's pleasure, but we already have a good start.
Well,
on it,
and
so I
that-
think
okay.
we could make it happen by January.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because that's why I was asking the committee chair.
We've already, with that goal in mind, we've already begun developing these things, and in a perfect world, it would have all come to you tonight.
Okay.
But I think January is doable, Dr. Barnes.
Yeah, because simply, I think it's a good pilot. I don't want to hold it up unnecessarily, but we need a little more to work with for liability reasons and consistency.
Yeah,
Understood.
if you feel comfortable, because at the request of the chair, I was taking into consideration for the 2.5 weeks off. But you say you almost done with it anyway, so January would be a good enough time.
But I would still just like to ask for that flexibility. I'll be honest with you, like a week out before, if we're just not ready, we'll delay it till February.
That's fine.
Just in case, I appreciate the eager nature, but it is also a lot going on. So if we can't meet that target, we'll hit February. But until then, those cameras in the pilot program will remain off.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, any objection?
No, that's why I asked for clarity.
Hold on one second. Ms. Braswell?
Well, her hand was up before mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms.
This
Kane's
is a
hand was
Miss
up.
McCord question. We're gonna put you on the hot seat for a quick minute. I have seen in the past where, the cameras hold the data for 30 days. So say we have an incident that happens on the 1st of March, and it's not until the 15th of April that the mother finds out, or a parent or guardian finds out something happened, but it's already been deleted. We don't have a server where we can back that information up to where it would stay maybe a little longer than 30 days as a FYI. So if something happened and a parent found out after that 30-day window, we have no way of being able to cover ourselves and say, hey, this happened. But if we can put it on a backup server somewhere where it could sit for maybe another 30 days or 90 days, is that something we are capable of doing, or is that going to require more resources?
Currently in-house, we do not have those type of resources. But we have talked had some conversation that we will investigate, maybe moving data like that to the cloud, so that the cloud can store, data for a much longer time.
Okay,
But-
now,
But currently, we don't have enough resources to hold that amount of data
okay.
for that period of
So
time.
if we stored it on the cloud, can we ensure that information, well, we really can't with technology now.
Yeah, you can.
So that,
You can.
I just want us to be able to, at least if something happens and a parent doesn't find out till the month later, that we can still have some way of pulling that data to say, this is what happened, or this is not what happened, instead of us explaining am I making sense?
Yeah,
You are.
it is.
You are.
But
You
what
are.
would also be helpful to us is
You
what
are.
would be ideal. So if 30 days seems short, what seems ideal?
So, are you
If I may
finished,
ask,
Ms. Kane?
Chair.
I would like to personally, see at least 90 days, if we can store it on a cloud somewhere
Yeah, I was thinking
and
90 days.
lock it down.
You had mine?
Yes.
90 days is about
So
to.
you mean removing it from our server, so our server 30 days and then moving to cloud for the day?
We'd have a lot of research to do before I can answer that question. People have to be able to protect our data. There's a lot of pieces. But if I can know your goal is to have it for 90, like, for example, you gave us a goal on the bus. You said this turnaround is just too short, get to 30. So you see, we brought a budget amendment tonight to be able to make that happen. So when we know that goal, it gives us something to work toward.
That's what I'm asking for. If this is something we can make happen, and if we can, let's look into it. I know just from working in the Department of Information Management, when I worked on Fort Gordon, technology is constantly changing. And at one time, we kept it all on servers, and we kept building servers and building bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we're putting everything on the cloud. So if it means we can get some space on the cloud to store this, that would be great, because that is another protection level for us. Thank you.
Ms. Braswell?
Okay, so a lot just happening. I was gonna go in that direction that Ms. Kane went in, but I really wanna say this. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Thank you very much for hearing what the parents are saying concerning this situation, and to say publicly that if the cameras are moving, let's stop them, is going to eliminate a lot of what we're getting at this point. Also, I want you all to be very mindful. There are laws on the state level and federal level when it comes down to the storing of these cameras' information. We are supposed to, and I'm 62, so I forgot what section to send you all to, but it says that when we have those cameras in those classrooms, they're supposed to be for 90 days at a minimum. And as long as we can hold them for up to 1 year. I'm tired of us being out of compliance. We've been out of compliance for as long as I've been sitting in them seats. Go back, I'm saying to Dr. Thomas and Miss McCoy, my friend over there, y'all go back. Miss Barnes, Dr. Barnes, okay. Go back and make sure that we are in compliance with the Special Education Department, with Godot and anybody else when it's coming down to these children. And with that, I'm really happy.
All right, thank you.
And I also think, Ms. Braswell, I'm sorry, Mr. Hannah, I also think the purpose of the pilot is to go through the process of finding out what the process is for storage and the laws for it, because again, this is new territory for us. And so when Ms. Fletcher brings back the policies, I'm assuming, and I'm pretty sure, because you're pretty thorough, Ms. Fletcher, that all of that federal is going to be in there about storing, who can store it, because we may not be able to store it on the cloud because it's outside of our server's protection. So it's basically outside of our grip. So we stand in expectation of that.
Thank you. I'm going to pretty much go ahead and tell you that we're going to bring this in February. It's going to take a minute to put all of this together. So if that's acceptable for the group, we'll plan to bring it in February.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
acceptable.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Ms. Abbott?
Yes, it's acceptable, Dr. Costa.
Ms. Abbott?
I don't think I can get all that done in 2 weeks.
I just want y'all to recognize the fact that I'm the most patient person on this
Okay.
board.
Wait a second.
After Mr. Hannah, just real quick, Kim, I didn't actually have any questions because I knew that you probably wouldn't be able to come up with these answers. So this is, I was thinking, Dr. Barnes, you said that these images were not going to be available for public, or were not going to be available for open records. So can we ensure that for the privacy of our other students somewhere when we're writing this procedure and this policy? Also, I get that we have cameras in the hallways and we have cameras on the school buses, but when we're talking about a classroom for special needs students, will a parent have an option to opt out? Or, I don't know that they will, but I just think that that's something that should be considered if you have a parent who is really against having their child's classroom being recorded. Want to make sure that we also have something that's not going to tie up the office with, you have to have a legitimate request. And I'm a parent, so I get it, but we don't want to tie up our front office staff with constantly going back every day with, well, I need to know what happened at 12:15 and 2:15. We have to have legitimate requests because we're not going to have office staff to manage that. And I love all of my principals, and I would never assume that a principal would do anything inappropriate. But sometimes it is real easy to pull up a camera and use that in an evaluation or something. So I just want to. Don't look at me like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes we just don't make good choices, and that includes adults. So I just want to make sure that there's something in there to make sure that a teacher, it's not used
For
against
evaluation.
them in any kind of way. But I wrote all these down, so if you just want these as you are kind of working through it.
Be happy to take them. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Ms. Abbott. And that was our last comment, and Dr. Barnes, thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
All right.
Sorry, Dr. Barnes.
Okay, Mr. Allen, update metal detectors. You're now on the hot seat.
Mr. Allen gonna get up.
Yeah, we got you now.
working. We got them.
I got my questions ready.
We got them.
Good evening, everybody. It's a quick update on a pilot program that involved metal detectors that we brought in March. And really just kind of piggybacking off that, the communication is important. We'll talk a little bit about where we are with metal detectors now. Next slide. Just quick update on the beliefs. We do believe safety is a priority for all, just like Dr. Barnes just spoke about. Next slide. Also on our strategy map, I do want to highlight again that bottom right or middle right, ensuring physical and emotional safety by enhancing security measures and providing emotional supports for students and staff. This was not just for our students and staff, but our parents were concerned as well. Next slide. Just a quick review of our metal detector program. The goal was to ensure safety for all students and staff. We also wanted to make sure that there were no weapons on campus. But I just want to highlight that metal detectors do not change or substitute the need for human awareness. Most of the issues that we have still come up with are human in the building. They've identified concerns and brought them to the team. We also started with 3 schools, Cross Creek, Laney, and Butler High School with our pilot program. And the goal in March was to have all of our metal detectors in our comprehensive high schools by the end of first semester. Next slide. I won't read off all of those schools' names, but all of our comprehensive high schools are listed as having our metal detectors in each school. Next slide. Some successes that we've seen from the program. We did meet the goal of having them in by the end of first semester. We were able to meet that goal by Thanksgiving break. It's a big deal because the communication that went to our parents, from our principals to our students' compliance as well, and also from our third-party support to make sure we had the right personnel at each metal detector section was really important. Our staffing consistency has improved. Our third-party team does meet with our principals to make sure if there are needs, they are addressed. And then our communication that went from our principals to our parents and students was very high level. No parents were surprised when metal detectors were starting in their school, and I think that contributed to the success of the program so far. And again, our parents and students, if you've gone to the airport, you know that process. It required patience from our students, for our parents to get students there on time, and they did a really good job of that. Some challenges that we are still seeing is to make sure that we don't have teachers in the process. When someone is absent from that, our third-party group supporting that, we don't want teachers in the process, we want them teaching. And also, how do we expand the program to all of our high schools, and also what supports are needed at our middle schools as well. We also want to make sure, and I do want to take a moment to highlight, just because you have metal detectors, it can create complacency. And we think that, oh, since we have metal detectors, we don't have to be very observant of our area. That is not true. So we want to make sure that this does not substitute, again, our human awareness. Next slide. Next steps for us is to continue with communication with our stakeholders. We want to monitor staffs at each school to make sure that they have what they need to run the metal detectors, what support is needed at all schools, including middle schools as well. We will have our student advisory committee review this information and make sure that if the metal detectors are creating any other issues that we're unaware of, to make sure we close that gap. We are going to solicit feedback. We had a problem of practice team of including district staff and also principals to look at this process. And so they will review that as well. And then we will also use our school climate data that our parents and our students and staff will begin to take, and we'll use that data to see what steps need to be taken to improve the program and also make additions. And now I am open for questions.
You done so well.
As a whole, climate surveys, how often are they sent throughout the district?
It's a great question. So there's a season for it, and that season starts really now in December. Schools are prepping their staffs to be able to take the survey, and then there'll be an opt-out letter that goes to parents for our students to be able to opt out as well. And principals are also taking advantage of seasonal events that they may have with their parents, because parents can take it right now, staff can take it right now as well. We do have to plan really for students to make sure they have a chance to opt out, their parents do, from taking that. So the window closes in March, so we have about a 2.5 month period to gather that data to inform our next practices and school improvement plans.
So it's staggered, and each principal can determine when, at what
That's
point they want to
correct.
release it? Okay.
Well, they have a window of time to be able to get it done. And we monitor that participation rate. If you remember last year, we'll bring you the participation rate for each one of those groups as well. And it is staff separated by teachers and other staff members as well. Custodians, our lunchroom staff, everyone participates in that survey.
Okay, thank you.
Man, you got lucky.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Okay. All right. For information only, Ms. Haley, where you at? Okay. Launch of the new Richmond County School System website. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Good evening, Mr. Hanna, committee members,
right.
board members, and Dr. Cobbs. I'm here, and I'm very excited to be here tonight to show you all one of a big change that you're going to see from the Richmond County school system starting tomorrow. So we are launching 54 new school websites along with a new district website tomorrow at our window between 9 and 10 a.m. So when you visit rcboe.org, it's going to look a little different. You'll see some things that are the same, but other things that hopefully are new and improved to improve the user experience for all of our parents. So before I go into it, I'll talk a little bit behind the scenes. So Communications has been working in partnership with Professional Learning, our IT team, and our school-based staff and department-based web users to migrate all of our content and to really create a elevated experience for our families and all stakeholders to improve communication. This project is really one of the most significant projects under our critical initiative of streamlining and centralizing communications platforms so that our families can get the information that they need very quickly. So I'm incredibly thankful to Ms. Lizetra Saunders, Ms. McCord, Zach Randolph, our IT team, and really our school media specialists. Our library media specialists have been working hand in hand with us since Thanksgiving to go through their own school pages and get trained on a new tool, get trained on the new site while they're completing their other daily responsibilities and preparing for the holiday closure. So we're very thankful to all of our school-based school library media specialists as well. So when you visit rcboe.org tomorrow or any of your school websites, you're going to see something that looks a little different and some things that are the same, but we'll go top down and I'll give you a quick tour of what to expect. So looking here, this is our new district homepage. When you visit the Richmond County school system, you'll be met with first a rolling list of announcements and some of those really great high-level stories of student and staff achievement that we're used to on the old website. Starting at the top on our web menus here, you notice something new here, a student login, a parent login, and a staff login. So something that we heard in our feedback from stakeholders and from staff, our families, our students, is that they want to know quick ways to log into those central platforms and apps that they use every single day. That can be the launch pad for our students and for our families, the Infinite Campus parent portal for our parents and also for our staff that use Infinite Campus. So as you are entering the website, these are front and foremost at the very top of the page that you don't miss it. Looking at our menu looks a little bit different from what we currently have. Some things are familiar. We have students and families here, so information from transportation, athletics, support systems, and all of those resources for parents are housed under students and families. Academics and curriculum houses information about, our curriculum, tutoring services, all of those different things that are related to student achievement in that piece. Staff and departments is a familiar location. So if you're looking for everybody from student nutrition to federal programs, you'll still be able to find them in a place that is central for all of our users. Moving back out of the menu, we'll scroll down through the homepage a little bit. So every single school site has a Find It Fast guide that quick links to several things that we found that parents and users of our website were visiting very frequently. So student records, how do you get your transcript, or how do you reorder a diploma? That's there. Our student calendar, academic calendar, is another quick link. Our directory of schools, registration, so everything to do with enrollment is at Registration Central over here, and of course our daily and weekly school lunch menus. Moving down, our website is often the first impression that a lot of families and potential students get when they are introduced to the Richmond County school system. So we thought it was important that we present ourselves first and foremost and who we are. So our mission and philosophy is here, a link to our strategic plan, and a little bit of by the numbers, some of those quick facts of who we are as a school system. Moving down, something I'm very excited about is upcoming events. So every single school has their own calendar. And it allows you, as you click and read more, for the board meeting, for example, you can subscribe to this calendar. You can see critical links here. If you want to have a description, you can. But it gives everything by the week, so you can see what's coming up in our school system. Moving down here, as we continue along, news and announcements. So every time we want to share those really important updates for our families and stories of student and staff achievement, they'll be featured prominently on our homepage. So as we go along, something else that will be familiar is if you want to contact the Richmond County School System quickly or any of our schools, there's a tab on the very bottom right that says Contact Us. That leads to our Let's Talk platform. We're familiar with this. We've been using this in the district for a long time. Recently renamed Envelope, but it's the same. If you want to contact our schools or any of our departments, that's a quick way to get there. So that's what the district looks like. Now we'll very quickly go through some of the schools. So some of the schools have a little bit of a different look. So something that we wanted to ensure that all of our schools had is that it had a unified and beautiful look to it, while giving it some personalization so that you really can tailor the experience to each of your families and each of those unique school communities.
That is good.
So we'll just click into Davidson as an example. Some of these are consistent across all of our sites. We have a web banner. If we scroll down, we have some of those same menu items. And then a unique news and announcements page. These are unique to that school. So Davidson students visit the Biltmore. Something that I'm really excited about for these news and announcement sections is that it not only allows schools the opportunity to showcase some of their stories, but as the Richmond County school system, as the district and our team pushes out stories about Reach scholars, spelling bee winners, literacy leaders, some of those high-level press releases, we can tailor it so that the next time Davidson students have some kind of accomplishment, I'm sure it'll be soon, it'll also be fed into our news and announcements section. And the reason why I'm excited about this is because it creates a curated experience for all of our families, and it cuts through some of that noise. In a digital age, it can be hard sometimes for our stories of success to get through to families. This is another way for us to really showcase who we are to all of our stakeholders. If we move down from here a little bit and scrolling down, this is our resources panel. So every school has a resources panel, and it has a little bit of something different for everybody. For Davidson, they have ticket sales, but there are some centralized quick links that every school has. Our Sprigio bullying and safety tip line is featured here. You'll also notice Peach Jar, so every school Peach Jar link to those digital flyers for events for our families. Link to our varsity tutors page. So all of our students in the Richmond County school system benefit from free tutoring services. Now you see it very prominently in the homepage of every single school website. And of course, for our high schools, middle schools, they utilize Remind as a communication tool back and forth with their teachers. For elementary schools, it might see Class Dojo. And then all of our middle and high schools have a link to GoFan to buy athletic tickets. So that's central and right there in the beginning of the website as you visit it. A little bit further down, and this is the last thing I'll show you guys before I take questions, another calendar for each school. So every school is outfitted with a copy of the academic calendar. You'll be seeing that. But there's also chances for schools to promote events that are unique to their school. So your parent night, your Spirit Week events, all of those can also be featured on that school page. So that is, in a nutshell, what to expect tomorrow. We hope that it'll be a familiar enough experience for all of our families. We're really excited about it. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
I got a question.
Okay.
Haley,
I got you.
Ma'am.
this is really nice. This is really nice. And the problem I'm going to have is I didn't learn how to maneuver the last system. So, Kayla, you got me.
Yeah, it is easy.
I think the parents are going to benefit from this a whole lot. Can you tell us where the board is at on this? Because it was hard to find us before. So where they at now?
Yeah, definitely. So if we go back to our homepage of the district.
Where we was before.
I want to see.
And we go to our top menu here, scrolling up and seeing that blue menu button on the right. About Us and Board of Education.
You don't got to click on it because it's got them ugly pictures, but
Click on it. Click on
For
it.
yourself, I look cute.
The great thing about that is they airbrushed and worked out the artwork on all the pictures.
Oh, yeah. You'll look good. Yeah. We'll put a filter on it. Yeah.
Mary Jane.
all right.
Okay, all right. Ms. Abbott?
Okay, so if a school wants to add a page that maybe wouldn't be at any of the other schools, so if they wanted to add like a Sports Hall of Fame or somewhere where they could house information like that, how simple and easy is it for them? I know, but how easy is it for them to add like actual like whole pages, not just?
So it's very easy for our media specialists to add a personalized
Okay,
page.
so that won't
Something
be-
that we might request of them is if they have an idea or an inspiration, come to the communications team. We'll help you build that page out for you.
Okay.
So that you don't have to start from scratch, and we can help you ensure that it stays updated, that it looks right, and that it's functional for everybody.
Okay, so that wouldn't be a difficulty at all. Awesome. And then the second thing, I know we had talked before about, so are we going to have an app that feeds off of this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're starting with our big change, which is the website. In January, that's when we'll roll out a new app, a mobile app that will be available on Google Play Store, Apple App Store. So families can expect that in January as we work through that with our IT team and with Finalsite, which is our web provider. And we'll communicate with families to ensure that everybody is aware of that rollout when it's available.
Okay, so they'll have the Richmond County app, but then they'll also have their Infinite Campus Parent Portal app. Those won't be merged together, correct?
No, there'll be two separate ones, but they'll be linked. So you'll still, when you enter our app, anything that we have here, My School Bucks, the Infinite Campus Parent Portal, you'll be able to see those links in that platform.
And be able to move from there. And then the last question I have is, with using Stop Finder with bus and transportation, is that still separate, or is that going to be housed within the app and on our website as well?
So they'll still have their own app, but there will be a link to it from the website that's easily accessible.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Boyd?
And thank you
Then
for
Ms.
the hard
Stovall.
So I'm excited. So my question is, with previous conversations, some of the things we wanted for the website, the old system was outdated and it couldn't be done. So do you have a running list of some of the things? Like I know some stakeholders gave me some things. I had some things myself. Do I need to send them back to you all, or do you have a list of things that earlier in the year came up and the answer was we're gonna wait on the new website, or?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have a very long running list.
Okay.
It's always in beta. We're always updating the site to make sure that we optimize that experience. The work for designing is not going to stop here. It's a constant process. But absolutely, if you have any suggestions, anything that you're seeing as you explore the new site, you can send that to our office and we'll ensure that it's updated.
I'll send them back.
Yeah, and so part of the decisions that we made here came from the feedback, because we did a lot of surveys. That's how we decided what would be in the quick links or the fast, the get to
Find
them
a fast,
fast.
yeah.
What did I get it right, Haley? But that's where it came from, that feedback.
So mine, I'll just send that to you.
Yeah.
President Stovall?
I don't have a question. I just want to say, if I'm not a fan of anybody else in this district, and I am a fan, I am a huge fan of Ms. Haley LaCuesta, because you absolutely tell the district story, and your entire department is a bunch of creative, just forward thinking, just out of the box individuals that help Richmond County get their stories out, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's what I really truly appreciate. You don't just pile on a bunch of the goody stuff. You tell our truths, the things that we're struggling with. And of course, I know that comes from, the leadership of Dr. Cobb, but I just want to personally thank you for the way that you highlight our district, and that you hear us and you take those ideas from our amazing graphic designers to our amazing IT team, and you produce something that is just absolutely amazing and exciting to look through and work through. So while I'm asleep tonight, or going to sleep, that's going to be my empty scrolling.
Thank you.
Thank you so far.
Sound like you should be asking for a raise, Haley.
All right. Well,
And Greg, now you trying to get our budget messed up.
all right, Ms. LaCuesta, your team did an exceptional job.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the presentation, and I think we're finished. You're free to get off the plane now.
Thank you.
All right. Sir.
Yes, sir.
My Sir Vice President Lowry, I'm rolling it back to you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be ready to start back at 5 after for our regular monthly meeting.
We finished before 6.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our December 16th regular board meeting for the Richmond County Board of Education. Mr. Lowry, can you please lead us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to be on WGAC next year.
Thank you very much. Listen, I think we should have kids in here all the time doing the Pledge of Allegiance. It sounded so good and cheerful. Dr. Cobb, can you please do roll call for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shonda Stovall.
Here.
Mr. Ed Lowry.
Here.
Miss Mary Jane Abbott.
Here.
Miss Shantae Boyd.
Here.
Miss Monique Braswell.
Present.
Miss Venus Kane. Mr. Walter Eubanks. Mr. Charlie Hanna.
Here.
Miss Samantha Valentine. Mr. Charlie Walker.
Here.
All present.
All right, thank you very much. This month, I just want to bypass the board norms, if that's okay with my colleagues and those in there, because I'm ready to get to this Warren Road Elementary School chorus. This is one of my favorite times of the school year, the Christmas and our May, because we get to see our kids, and I'm just ready for some good singing. They told me they was finna sing today. So board members, if you would like, you can swing around there and have a seat on the front so that we can watch these babies do their magic.
Good evening, everyone. Ms. Stovall, members of the board, Dr. Cobb and her esteemed cabinet, this evening to put us in the Christmas spirit, We are pleased to present members of the Warren Road Elementary Chorus under the direction of Mr. Michael James. I know that after they finish, we will all be in the Christmas spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Warren Road Elementary Chorus.
Fine and shiny day for a get together, oh Desayo. you look into me? A partridge in a pear tree. A partridge in a pear tree. Oh, oh, oh. On the second day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Two turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. And a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, 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 oh. On the third day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, 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 oh. On the fourth day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. And a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, 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 oh. Break it down right here. Break it down right here. Break it right here. On the fifth day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Five golden rings, four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. And a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, oh, on the sixth day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Six geese a laying, five golden rings, four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. And a partridge in a pear tree. Break it down right here. Work out right here. Work it lean right here. On the seventh day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Seven swans are swimming. Six geese are laying. Five golden rings. Four calling birds. Three turtle doves. And a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, 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 oh. On the ninth day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? Nine ladies dancing, eight men milking, seven swans are swimming, six geese are laying, five golden rings, four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, break it down right here. On the 10th day of Christmas, won't you look into me? Won't you look into me? 10 lords of leaders, priests are looking. Five golden rings, four calling birds, three French hens, two turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. And a partridge in a pear tree.
Would you like to see your parents dance? All right, parents, if you want to dance, stand up with us. On the sixth day.
Won't you look into me? 11 pipers piping. 10 kids a laying. 9 ladies dancing. 8 men Infantry. Oh, 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 oh.
All right, last day. Let's do 12 together, everybody. On the 12, on the 12.
12th day of Christmas. My true love gave to me. My true love gave to me. 12 drummers drumming. 12 drummers drumming. 11 pipers piping. 11 pipers piping. 10 lords are living. 10 lords are leaping. 9 ladies dancing. 9 ladies dancing. 8 days of milking. 8 days of milking. 7 swans are swimming. 5 golden rings. 5 golden rings. 4 calling birds. Oh, 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 oh. Break it down right here.
Stanky leg right here. Come on, Mary. Stanky leg right here. Merry Christmas. Thank you for
It's so good to see you. Yes, ma'am. This is why this is one of the favorite times of the year.
Yeah.
But I must say, this was the first time that they actually let her participate. Normally we get sung to. It's always so good, but by far I would say that this is my favorite performance because we got to participate. And I'm going to be in the shower tonight. A partridge in a pear tree.
In the partridge, in the partridge.
Right. Get down, bring it down. I'm going to be walking through the house and my kids. Get them crazy when they don't participate. But we want to thank the Warren Road Elementary School Chorus. They did a phenomenal job. We thank them for coming out. We thank the parents for a wonderful new year. Next, we will move on to recognizing success, contributions, and excellence through special
Month, we have recognized a different department, and this month is our special ed department. And we would like for Miss Valentine, Board Member Valentine, to help us out this evening.
Good evening. Our special education department is made up of 130 committed professionals who show up every day with one clear purpose: to ensure that every student with a disability receives high quality, individualized support that nurtures academic success, social growth, and emotional well-being. This team works in close partnership with families, school-based teams, and students. This department is proudly anchored in excellence and challenges every team member expectations. O, overcomes obstacles. P, promotes a positive mindset. And E, expects the best for our students. Here are little highlights from the past 2 years. Departmental rebranding, communication, and culture building. A complete rebranding initiative that strengthened identity, improved communication, and positively transformed morale, climate, and collaboration across the department. Secondly, expanded professional development, increased and targeted training for teachers and paraprofessionals focused on inclusive practices, behavior support, and effect. Can I have the special education department stand real quickly? I want to say to you tonight, we are here to pause and publicly recognize the special education department for the heart, professionalism, and unwavering advocacy they bring to our students and families every single day. Your work matters, and it does not go unnoticed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Could our special ed department come on down and take a picture, please? Y'all come on down. Night is your night. Yeah, go ahead. That's your department. Go ahead.
I've been a special ed student for 30 years.
only get so many people.
We haven't given Miss Bradley her mask.
That's the best place to be.
She's underdosed.
Shantier.
Did they know?
I mean, you need. Don't. Oh.
We're good, Miss Bradley.
Miss Bradley, you gotta give a picture too. Wait, I gotta get one first without me. Dr. Cobb, that's your employee. Can you please direct them over here? He don't want to be If you mind,
It's the Lord.
get on here.
It's the
See, the
good
God
Lord.
telling you your business. Fix your face. I know. Y'all get on my nerves.
I wanna try.
Get on my nerves.
I don't like that.
You get on my nerves. I gotta stop. Dr. Cobb, you see I almost fell, right? It's self-inflicted. Get on my nerves.
This t-shirt.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for everything.
Thank y'all for all that. No. I told her she won't get a workers' comp case off.
You knew.
And that makes me feel better.
Thank you to our SPED department for all of your hard work. They're just different. All of our kids are special, and their needs are just different from what we normally we see. But they are some amazing students, and I love that. Next, we'll have the recognition of Vivian Zhao, 5th grade C.T. Walker Magnet School student, on being chosen for her artwork for Mayor Garnett Johnson 2025 holiday card. Mr. Linwood Holmes, take it away, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Stovall. For the past several years, we have partnered with the mayor's office. Each year, our visual arts students have the opportunity to compete with other students across the district by submitting an original drawing. Grade student at C.T. Walker was selected as this year's winner. Her artwork is featured on all the Christmas cards sent out from the mayor's office of our Mayor Garnett Johnson. Congratulations, Vivian.
Yay, Vivian!
Have her recognize your parents.
Mom, Dad.
Parent, would you please come up to take a picture with your daughter?
Yay! Magic. Listen, when you in 5th grade and can draw like that, I can't draw a straight line with your hand. Next, we'll have the recognition of Richmond County School System Crossing Guards. Miss Shantae Boyd, this was brought to you along with Miss Glenda Collingsworth.
Yes.
Miss Boyd.
Okay, so I am elated for this one. The 24-25 school year was very challenging. We had Hurricane Helene, we had 2 snow days, but consistently we saw crossing guards out in their yellow rain conditions this evening. We are proud to shine the spotlight on our school crossing guards and thank them for their dedication to keeping our guards as some of the most friendly faces they see each morning and one of the last to wish them well in the afternoon. So on behalf of education, we sincerely thank our crossing guards for their dedication, care, and service to our students, family, and communities. Then you want to go next?
And we're happy for those that were able to attend this evening, and for those that were unable to attend, we will make sure that their certificates get to them at their schools. Penelope Wesley, Bayville Elementary and Bel Air Elementary. C.T. Walker. Willie Hunt, Copeland Elementary School. Wilhelmina Brady, Garrett Elementary and Davidson Fine Arts. Michael Burke, Jamestown Elementary and Freedom Park K-8. Henry Sturgis, Jenkins White Elementary School. Mary Smith, Lake Forest Elementary School.
Hey, Miss Mary.
Richard Wilson, Meadowbrook Elementary School. Robert Striggles, Montesano Elementary School. Diana Holman, Wheeless Road Elementary. Cleo Samuels, Wilkinson Gardens Elementary. Malcolm Hall, Freedom Park K-8. Pamela Benton, Freedom Park K-8. John Porter, Hepzibah Middle School and Hepzibah High School. Elaine Walker, A.R. Johnson. Vincent Adams, Cross Creek High School. May Smith, Laney High School. Mac Mays, floater for our district. Linda Parrish, Freedom Park.
You get a job.
Right. I know, I love my language.
He said, I ain't got nothing.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to. Like my son. You know what? You're right on that one. You are right.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you, baby. All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Miss Brady.
Please, I had to get over there and see
How you doing? Doing good. Long time.
My love.
Thank you. That's right. That's right. Please do. Now, what's going on now? I'm gonna tell Doc.
Have a drink.
There you go. Exactly. Do a grown folk. There ain't no kids around.
I think sometimes we use in the school system for all of our school system employees, our crossing guards are out there like the mailman, rain, sleet, hail, or snow. I've seen crossing guards put themselves in front of a car because a car wasn't stopping to protect a child. And so I am grateful, Ms. Boyd, thank you for recognizing our crossing guards and the work that they do and the risk that they take for our children. Now, we have a little tradition here, Mr. Lauer and ourselves like to do. Anytime we have a new person coming up, we like to introduce the 215 pounds powerful out of Gwinnett County, but he's ours. Y'all ready for this? All right.
Oh, I appreciate that.
We turn it over to Dr. Tommy Welch for the recognition of Richmond County School System CCRPI gains with Dr. William Smith as well. Dr. Welch.
Yes, thank you. We have the pleasure of presenting to you and celebrating the schools who have experienced and demonstrated increase in their 2025 CCRPI component scores. As you know, celebrating these CCRPI scores tonight, we are celebrating each school that has increased RPI components. The components that we will celebrate today are increases in content mastery, progress, closing gaps. Recognized for progress, Bel Air Elementary School. Recognized for content mastery, progress, and closing gaps and readiness. Blythe Elementary School. Recognized for content mastery, closing gaps, and readiness. Copeland Elementary School. Recognized for readiness. Diamond Lakes Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, progress, closing gaps, readiness. Jamestown Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, closing gaps, readiness. Lakes Forest Hills Elementary School, recognized for closing gaps. Meadowbrook Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, progress, closing gaps, and readiness. Montesano Elementary School, recognized for readiness. Sue Rollins Elementary School, recognized for readiness. Tobacco K-8 Elementary School, as well as Freedom Park K-8 Middle School, recognized for content mastery, progress, closing gaps, readiness. I have to get back. I'm 6'2", 215 pounds. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Got it right, too. Okay, we're going to move to our cluster 2, elementary schools. Barton Chapel Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, progress readiness. C.T. Walker Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, progress, closing gaps, and readiness. Deer Chase Elementary School, recognized for content mastery. Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, closing gaps, and readiness. Gracewood Elementary School, recognized for content mastery, readiness. McBean Elementary School, recognized for content mastery and readiness. Richmond Hill Elementary School, recognized for content mastery and progress readiness. And Wheelus Elementary School, recognized for progress, closing the gaps, and readiness. Please join me in congratulating our Cluster 2 elementary schools. Mastery and progress. Glen Hills Middle School, recognized for content mastery, progress, closing the gaps. I will mention that they are closing the gaps and readiness. Murphy Middle School, recognized for content mastery. Richmond Hill Middle School, recognized for content mastery and closing the gaps. And Tutt Middle School, recognized for progress and closing the gaps as well as readiness. Can you please join me in congratulating our middle schools.
Thank you and congratulations.
Eats Cross Creek High School, recognized for content mastery, closing the gaps, readiness, as well as graduation rate. Davison Fine Arts, maintaining 100%, closing gaps, maintaining 100%, graduation as well. Glen Hills High School, recognized for their content mastery, progress, closing the gaps, and readiness. Hepzibah High School, recognized for the progress and graduation rate. A.R. Johnson, recognized for their content mastery, progress, closing the gaps, as well as their graduation rate. T.W. Josie, recognized for their content mastery, progress, closing the gaps, as well as their readiness. L.C. Laney, recognized for their content mastery, as well as closing the gaps. Richmond County Technical Career Magnet School, West Side High School, recognized for their closing the gaps, as well as a graduation rate. Please join me in recognizing our high schools.
The youth, the proud, the high school principal.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you all. Congratulations, y'all. Everybody knows what's her name.
Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Middleton.
I don't know his wife.
Dr. Shepard and Mrs. Saunders.
Okay, good evening. It is an honor for the Professional Learning Department to recognize the and the Richmond County School System. Special thanks to Dr. Terry Bryant, Head of Organizational Development for GLSSI. She served as a facilitator for the program. One of the highlights of the program was the capstone presentation, which provided real-world leadership practice. Participants worked with their principals to identify a school-based challenge or opportunity to address, while also deepening their own leadership growth. This project moved them through beyond theory and into authentic, hands-on leadership application. At this time, I am excited to present the remarkable professionals who completed the program. Ms. LaCheryl Badgett, 8th grade English Language Arts teacher, Pine Hill Middle School. Ms. Tierra Boyd, 4th grade mathematics teacher, Lamar Millage Elementary School. Ms. Jasmine Freeman, 11th and 12th grade history teacher, A.R. Johnson Magnet School. Ms. Shantagay Randolph, instructional specialist, Butler High School.
Hey, stay right there.
Miss Laura Gillian, gifted itinerant teacher, Lake Forest Hills Elementary and Bel Air Elementary Schools. Dr. Stephanie Graham, English Language Arts teacher, Hephzibah High School. Miss Angelica Harris, MTSS lead, early intervention program teacher, Richmond Hill Elementary School. Miss Valencia Mays, instructional specialist, Richmond Hill Middle School. Dr. Carissa Paris, assistant principal, Montesano Elementary School. Miss Brittany Sosby, MTSS lead, early intervention program teacher, Gracewood Elementary School. Science and social studies teacher, Tobacco Road Elementary School. Miss LaShiver Tanksley, remedial education program teacher, Pine Hill Middle School. Miss Shakina Williams, MTSS facilitator. She's not here, I'm sorry, but I'll call it. W.S. Hornsby Elementary School. And finally, Miss Terry Wills, ELA teacher, Sue Reynolds Elementary School. In closing, we must remember that the most successful school. Take it.
I don't want to get in front of your certificate.
That's good right there. We should put that on a t-shirt. Leaders aren't found, they're developed. Congratulations to all of our teachers, our administrators, all of our capstone aspiring leaders. That is such a phenomenal accomplishment, and we thank you for the time it took for you to be in that program and your dedication to your schools and your students. All right, can I get an approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved by, I think I heard Mr. Lowry, and second by Ms. Kane. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, can I?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Lowry, second by Ms. Kane. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Ooh.
Nothing there.
Nothing. No, we go. No. Let's go to the Human Resources Committee. I'm going to turn that back over to you, Ms. Kane.
We will now have approval of the Director of Internal Auditing, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you. Would Dr. DeAndrea Jackson please stand? All right, so tonight we bring for recommendation Dr. DeAndrea Jackson as our Director of Internal Auditing. She has her BS in Accounting from Albany State. She has her MBA in Finance from University of Cincinnati, her EDS, Educational Administration and Supervision from Albany State, and her doctorate in Educational Leadership. Tonight for Dr. DeAndrea Jackson for Director of Internal Auditing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Again, congratulations. We will now have approval of the principal for Richmond Hill Elementary.
All right, tonight we bring for recommendation Dr. Tamika Darasaw as principal of Richmond Hill Elementary School. She has her BS in Early Childhood Education from Payne College, her master's in Instructional Technology from Troy State University, her educational specialist in Education Administration and Supervision from Lincoln Memorial, and her EDD in Curriculum Studies from Georgia Southern University. We're recommending Dr. Tamika Darasaw as principal of Richmond Hill Elementary School.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any? Okay, now.
So we're going to assume that's her family. Thank you very much, Ms. Kane. And congratulations to Dr. Jackson and Dr. Darasaw on their new appointments. We look forward to all the great work that you're going to do for our school system. Now we move on to our other committee reports. Planning and zoning, Mr. Lowry, do you have a report this month?
No, ma'am, not tonight.
All right. County Commission, Ms. Kane, do you have a report tonight?
Yes.
All right,
I
let's
wanted
get to it.
everyone know that I did get a list from my liaison on the NGOs that are potentially there to be funding cuts. There are several on there that do affect the school system. I think the one that bothers me is looking at being cut for funding. I did send it to Dr. Cobb to look over to see just exactly, to a certain degree indirectly, they may affect us. My concern is if they're working with us in some shape, form, or fashion, or servicing our children, they're gonna come looking for that money somewhere else. And they're probably gonna come to us. But again, I want to reiterate, when we're not at the table, when decisions are being made that could affect the school system, we don't have an opportunity to say to anybody. Because if we were at the table when this NGO list was set up, and we talked, and they talked about it, we could have had someone there saying, hey, this is junior achievement, this is something, we could have put our spill in like everybody else did, and we again did not have that opportunity. So Dr. Cobb, if you have anything you want to add.
No, I do want to make sure Augusta and the Columbia County government went in together to sponsor the city hall inside of there, and so they made a 5-year,
Just cut, I will send that out to the board members if they would like to see that list and know exactly what our partners were cut. But it's good to know that they did not cut junior achievement.
I did, when I first came in, I did ask Mr. Smith about, I saw on the list, it said Richmond County Board of Education, it literally said Richmond County Board of Education, Garrett Community Center. And Mr. Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, he explained it to me that we kind of split the costs. Because now that we probably will get a question about, because it literally says Richmond County Board of Education on the list that's circulating. So I did go ahead and ask about that if you want to kind of explain that, because we will probably get questions since it says.
I do believe that a
Richmond
lot
County
of these
Board of Education.
partnerships that we have, they're gonna have to make that money up somewhere.
Yeah.
And they're probably gonna come knocking pretty soon.
pull it up as fast as I can. I don't know what the exact impact was, but we have a couple of shared facilities at some of our schools where the city actually owns of those. So off the top of my head, I can't tell you what the exact impact would be for us, but we do have a couple of shared facilities. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just couldn't find it fast enough.
Is that all, Ms. Kane?
That's it.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
And one last thing, I forgot. The housing, I don't know how many people have written down Dean Bridge, but they have started framing up the apartment building. So I guess you can say that they're definitely on track. And we may see a shift in the school, in the Glen Hills area sometime next year.
All right.
That's it.
Okay, I looked it up as fast as I could. And so Garrett is on that list of no cut. It would, because it's a multi-year grant. So it'd be this
month.
I only have one little announcement because there is no meeting in December. On December 22nd, Ms. Wheeler asked a picture with Belle or Cinderella or Rapunzel. I don't know who else is going to be there. Have breast cancer, cervical cancer programs. They'll have their Project Refresh and all the typical things that they do, but they just wanted to kind of, bring a little sunshine and fun at Christmas time. So December 22nd at 9 a.m. at May Park at 4th Street.
All right. Thank you very much. For our legislative report, past week we were at GSBA conference, our annual conference, and superintendent conference as well, meeting with our legislative body as well. We learned that elementary and secondary education was moved up under the Department of back up. They are proposing a $1,700 for dollar voucher program. It's a dollar max. They were coming back up with a temporary resolution at the end of January. Of course, we're into the conversations now where they're looking at eliminating state income tax and revisit property taxes for state of Georgia. They're doing a study on the effects of chronic absenteeism. The Senate has already released their report, and we're waiting on the House to release theirs. Also, we will have an advocacy date at the Capitol, February 4th and February 11th. Board members, please, education, please make your way to the state capitol on February 4th and 11th as they bring contact Ms. Weigel so we can get you registered, because all members must be registered. All those participants that would like to go must be registered so that we can have proper count. And as you know, the state added a 9th domain. They added a domain we have certain domains that we have to follow, and a safety domain was added. So it is our new 9th domain that has been added within the state and within the Georgia School Board Associations. So that is exciting to see that we now have a domain strictly focused on safety.
They made a decision that they would receive a tax reduction on their building, but not on their equipment. And Cal told me to make sure I share with everyone, they specifically said they did not want to receive a reduction on their equipment because they did not want to affect education taxes. And they were adamant about that.
That's good.
So we are very appreciative. And their finance committee approved their 2026 budget. That's all I have on this one.
Thank you for that, and tell them thank you. We appreciate them. All right, next we will move into our last superintendent's remark of the year. Dr. Cobb.
All right, Zach, and make sure you guys are prepping to be ready over there for the video. Okay. All right. Good evening, Ms. Stovall, members of the board, and members of the Richmond County family. We want to wish everyone a happy holiday season as we prepare to close for the winter break. I want to thank our teachers, students for a successful Hill Middle School to help me create a brief video to spread the holiday cheer. And we are going to reflect and just ponder what great things lie ahead while our IT team pulls it up.
I will say you got the right elf, because Dr. Shields is little.
You know what the kids always say,
little.
don't panic, it's coming. If you want, we could always come back.
Me and Ed can serenade y'all.
Fine,
No? Okay.
Have yourself
In my mind.
little Christmas.
Because I'm just, all right, so if you don't mind, Dr. Cobb, can we come back to that when they get the video? So we'll move on to our new business. Next.
Bill 84, which was passed by the Georgia legislature in 2010, greatly modified many aspects of the operations of local boards of education and the eligibility of board members. And one requirement of Senate Bill 84 was that each local board of education adopt a code of ethics and also a conflict of interest provisions based on models adopted by the State Board of Education. And in compliance with that Senate bill, this board adopted its code of ethics in December of 2010, and it adopted its conflict of interest provisions in 2011, and they have remained intact since that time. But another requirement of Senate Bill 80, we're supposed to do that tonight, and Charlotte, I think, has provided each of you, the certification for your review, and some of you may have already signed. What y'all decided at past retreats is that we discuss provisions of the code of ethics and those things, but since y'all just spent a whole day devoted to whole board training on the redevelopment of your norms, and, we looked at the code of ethics and all that, we can dispense with that tonight. So unless you have any questions, if y'all have not already done so, please make sure y'all sign this before you leave tonight. So, we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking at you, Miss Bradwell.
Because I think I'm going to sign this under duress.
Oh, that's Operation Christmas Smart. This is not it. That's not it. You can turn it off. You're welcome to watch that one. I can send it to you as well, okay?
Definitely is about to break out in a rendition of Silent Night. But next, we'll have the approval to proceed with the holding of the public hearings for the 2026-2027 Richmond County School System Long Range Facilities Master Plan. Mr. Tracy Richter and Dr. Cobb. Tracy, blend in. Tracy, blend in.
How long you been here?
back there. Just Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas, Tracy.
Mr. Tracy.
And thank you for letting me come tonight. I feel like the Grinch after all this nice celebration, but part of the and into February eventually with community meetings regarding the next phase of the facilities plan and right sizing. Okay, so and looking back, we had several meetings as we went across. Several of you were at these meetings. I don't even think that as we think about 6 community meetings and additional meetings, thinking back of all the luncheons we had with community members, one-on-ones, board committee, board retreats, all the meetings that we had, a lot of input, over to almost 2,000 survey results as we went through this, and actually our way from doing things that the community didn't feel like were very successful in the past. And so we were able to help shape that a little bit. But infrastructure and aging infrastructure, your district's done a really, really good job in their East Loss programs trying to maintain the buildings. But again, it's a big portfolio, and so the dollars don't stretch as far. And so even as we walk into the next phase of our facilities planning, we are going to have to look forward to future East Loss programs for more investment, because the next phases, thank goodness, after we kind of get through this next phase here, are really going to be focused on investment instead of right size, which we've all been working toward. Again, declining enrollment, it continues to be an issue, not just here, it is across the state, it's across the nation. As we look at continued lower birth rates, gentrification. Again, some of the inequitable program distribution that we'd heard across the district. And again, after the alignment, I think one of the receive when they got to buildings, not that they were just going to move, but there was an intentional effort to show what programs they were going to receive that they weren't receiving at their previous school because of low enrollment numbers. And so I feel like that is a continued effort that we need to do. And again, as we get through this phase, the right sizing is getting there. I mean, we're very, very close to this idea that your infrastructure is about to the point it needs to be. We've got a couple of stages to get through that aren't going to be easy conversations, but we're getting closer. And again, just trying to maximize that state dollar in the classroom. And the next 2 slides, again, are just, we'll show you kind of, how that works. You can go ahead. From the idea that, when you don't have the maximum, the benefit that we start to see over time is, again, additional resources and staffing and programs in the schools that students have. As we move forward into looking at what we're going to talk about in the next several months with the community, you can go ahead to the next one. Is again kind of the same process, making sure people are educated, making sure that they see what we did in the last process. We're going to go talk to community members. As we move into more task force meetings in the spring and into the summer and next fall with more focused on high schools. Again, a repeat of a lot of things that we did in the process to make sure we have consistency in the process. And again, involve as much as we can in this process. It's very, very important to have that transparency. Again, they're not, as you know, they're not easy conversations to have out there. Phase of this. You can go to the next one, I'm sorry. So again, as you look forward now, really exciting that, you get the Langford Tut opening and you get to, celebrate that new middle school. But as we start to look forward again, as more investments start to happen, really exciting times about, a comprehensive career and technical center and, what that's going to mean for the future and how we reinvest into some of these other schools moving forward, including as we look out. On the west side of the district and the building of a new elementary school. And so again, what time is that we want to actually make the investments that don't take away but reinvest. And so it feels like that from this plan, we'll look more toward that reinvestment as we move into the next DSPLOS. Okay, go ahead. So approve recommendations tonight. These are the recommended communities that we're going to talk to. As we move forward with the new construction of Barton Chapel, the demolition of the existing facility of Barton Chapel would happen right as soon as students are out the door and buses are off and furniture's out. We're going to demolish that building as quickly as we can so we can start construction. Shorten that construction time some. But what this does mean is that we're going to have to move those students out. And so it was determined that it is best to keep the entire student population together. And we're going to move them to Glen Hills Elementary School. It's going to put a little stress on the building, but the facility less portables, but we wanted to make sure that all the cohorts stayed together. And so 10 portables was the right amount of portables to put out to make sure that kindergarten through fifth. In the meantime, As part of this, Barton Chapel will actually temporarily close. And then we'll move 2 of the Barton Chapel pre-K classes into nearby elementary schools. That's yet to be determined. We have to see what the enrollment numbers look like and how those capacities work, but not to displace those as much as possible. There is actually a boundary move in this, as we talk to, again, a lot of our conversations with transportation, student assignment, all those kind of things. The Belfair Lakes subdivision boundary change will go from Bell Elementary into, students in that area. So there's not a huge impact, but that is one boundary move that will occur because of this. And then fall of 28, and then students at Glen Hills will return, and then we go through that next process of then determining how we realign the elementary schools in that area for the future. Okay, Jenkins White. Now Jenkins White is, again, one of those unfortunate circumstances of undevelopment in a city, if you might, with all the assisted housing closing in the area, kind of devastated the enrollment in the area. And so, and this one is, and we waited a year on Jenkins White, and we did that for a reason. As you can see, as you walk through, and I'm not going to walk through all the schools, so students would have more access to those elementary schools as they moved into them. And so, but what you can see though is that it does in feeder changes. And so, as you move those into different middle school feeders and into high school feeders, it will change those. And so, the key here, and especially in this one, is as we go out and we talk to the community and we inform these parents, is be very communicative with this group, understanding that we know where the students are, we know the student assignment and where they're going to go, and so communicating that early, making sure parents are prepared, that the elementary schools that are receiving are prepared, that they know they're going to get this many kids, and they're reaching out too. So a real concentrated effort, because this one, even though it's and I feel like it's a great idea for the school district to maintain this piece of property. So as we move forward into the Comprehensive Career and College and Career Academy, so this is going to be a process of real transition in an effort to make sure that we're expedient in the construction of this. It's going to take some displacement to happen. And so, the process will be is that Josie High School will close for the conversion of the College and Career Academy. And then the demolition and construction will start next summer as we can move forward. The boundary for the Josie High School will be dissolved, and so there will be combining 2 schools together, and that's really not the intent here. The intent is that we're going to realign the feeder patterns to ensure that we have health. Again, increased enrollment at the middle schools and high schools especially leads to more program and funding, and so it is an intentional move, which means the 8th graders moving up will go to their current feeder pattern. 6th graders that are rising 6th graders, those 5th graders will go into their new middle school. So we're really impacting 2 grades in this area. We are, again, have a lot of impact in this Josie area and community, and we'll continue to have this conversation with that community. They're going to be a big part of, as we move forward in this process, and helping on concepts and educational standards and how this building will be developed, and I'll show you that in a minute. Bayvale Elementary and this whole elementary move we'll move to the Langford Tut. These are the feeder patterns currently into Murphy and Laney High School feeder pattern. Again, when you see in some of the numbers, I think it's in the next one. If you can go to the next one. Actually, this shows the NPUs of that kind of Murphy Josie. But what it does, again, as you look at, if you can see the number of students in some of these, like into Richmond Hill Middle School and Butler. 196 middle school students and 275 high school students. 275, again, maximizes the capacity of those buildings, and that's what we want to do. It's maximum. And then you can see, again, 241 in Delaney. Now, again, we know all these students don't attend these schools. You have a live-attend analysis that kind of shows where those go. You're going to see some things that say live and attend, the live-attend. And the live-in number might be higher, attract many students back in, and so you're going to reduce some of those numbers. ARJ and Davidson will continue in their track to attract students also. And so we look at the live-in as an indicator of how we're going to gauge utilization at what we might call your feeder high schools. But understanding that there's always going to be students that attract back out into the district-wide programs. And so but we want to know where kids live because we want to continue to track that. So this is just a concept only. Again, you had you came out of the Council of Great City Schools that did some advisory for you to figure out kind of content of and program areas that will take this to the next step and work with your staff and community to develop this concept as you move forward. And again, the intent is to open in 28, 29, but in order to do that, the campus does need to be cleared. If not, you're going to have to stage it, and if you stage it, it's going to cost you more. So this is a kind of a new chart that you don't see typically, but I feel like this is a, and I won't go through it all, but this gives you an indicator of what the feeder patterns look like. Okay, so this is, you can see that the red outline indicates a feeder change in there, and then you can see, again, the dotted line around the Barton Chapel Glen Hills is just to indicate, that's going to combine for the construction. That's a lot better. I can hear myself. Thank you. So what's important here is that, one of the things that was one of our guys, we wanted to make sure all students in a neighborhood would transfer together if that was their choice outside of district-wide programs. And so what you see here is that the feeder pattern, the current feeder chart, still had some splits in it, and we've reduced some of those splits, but not only have we reduced some of those splits, we've even cleaned up some of the small splits out there. And so more students stay together from elementary to middle to high if they choose to stay in their neighborhood schools. Which is always the intent. And so even some of those small little cleanups like we did at Barton Chapel, and that small one we did over in the Murphy conversion, pretty kind of a 35-65 split. Now we've got it closer to 45-55. So it's almost a 50-50 split of students who have to split. And I feel like this is until as we look forward, moving forward as what our high school infrastructure is going to look like in the future, this could be exactly clean, and or it can stay the same. But again, the intent is that we're keeping kids together in kind of a longer cohort together, and which leads to a lot of consistency and leads to a lot of accountability, so we can track student progress from kindergarten to 12th grade. This is the recommended timeline. Again, you see a lot of it in the next the next school year starting. Those target dates of opening in the fall of 28 and 29 are going to require some immediate movement. And so as we move in particular, we're very close to that's it. There's no more room to close. So we're getting there. And so the next kind of round of what we might just call consolidations will be reinvestments. Building brand new school buildings that bring really small schools together in state-of-the-art buildings, and so that's the next DSPLOST for investment. But gosh, I'm ready to be done with this phase with you all, and I am, and I know you are too. And I know it's been a bit painful as we go through this, but we'll get to the next one, and then we'll be ready. And again, as you move through the Murphy discussion, also your middle, so it's taken a lot of effort from. Certainly Dr. Cobb and her staff to get to this point, from the board.
So, how you doing, Tracy?
Hi, Ms. Rizzo.
I am absolutely opposed to getting rid of Murphy. I noticed that when you talked about getting rid of Murphy, you didn't talk about where they were going. Where they're supposed to go before I make my next statement, where the Murphy kids supposed to go.
Yeah, I can back up to that if you don't mind. Yeah, we can back up to that. Yeah, sure.
Please.
Yeah. Nope, go right there. I'm sorry. I think it's one more. The other way. Code would go into the Richmond Hill. Again, that Richmond Hill which means it secures the enrollment for that middle school at Richmond Hill that's in Klein. And then Wilkinson Gardens would go to that Hornsby, and then again fill up the Laney feeder pattern in that. Yeah.
The 600 kids we have at Murphy when we shut this school down, where are those kids going?
They will go into those. They will actually go into Hornsby, Richmond Hill, and to Langford Tech.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take schools that are failing right now, because Murphy is a failing school, and we're going to distribute into another school that's failing, because Hornsby is also failing right now.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to leave it alone, because Howard Memorial, where did that go?
I don't know. Off the top of my head,
Jeff, where did her memorial go?
He wasn't here.
Lady Laura at Murphy, and now we're just gonna close the school down, and that's just the end of that. And I'm done with it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stand with this. I'm in no agreement to this whatsoever.
All right, Ms. Kane?
This is my concern. I had said before that I just wish we would kind of do like Atlanta did last week. Close every school down that need to be closed down. I think most of us sitting in this room right here, if you asked you to stand, you will stand and say you a homeowner. It's hard to even survive in today's economy when a thing of coffee is almost $20.
Take it.
For 100 pods was $45, just for me to have a cup of coffee every morning. Things are going up, and we cannot continue to operate this school on the backs of those who own homes and who pay taxes, because every year they're going up. But we just can't do that. And the second thing we have to look at is the city just passed another thing where they gonna freeze your taxes. So we have to depend upon local taxes in order for this school system to survive, because the folks in Atlanta and Washington, D.C. know what we need better than we do. Sure, if Walter and Charlie Walker were here, that decision was made again because of declining enrollment. County continues declining enrollment. We can't even give our teachers a raise every year, and our staff a raise every year. I think that's appalling. That is appalling. These people have student loans where they're doing everything we ask them to do. And we don't want to give a little bit because we want to keep our neighborhood schools. We're not at that point anymore in our life. As people begin to fight back on paying taxes, we're going to continue. Because guess what? It's a whole lot of old folks like me in Augusta that don't want to continue. Good employees, let's spend that money giving our teachers, our janitors, some of our working poor, the raises that they have worked hard for, and they've done everything that we have asked them to do. So if you need a motion to move forward, I'm putting it on the table.
Well, first, can he?
Well, hold on. We got to have discussion, Ms. Kane. So we'll hold your motion. We'll honor that, and we'll act for a second. But Ms. Boyd,
I just want Mr. Ritter to clarify the record, please, because I asked the question too, where were the Murphy students going? And I know last month the answer was Langford Tut, Glen Hills, and Hornsby. But now I'm saying Richmond Hill. So I just want to make sure, because earlier it's one of the schools you didn't name when Ms. Braswell asked. I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, again, you can see the resulting enrollment on those charts in the next pages.
all right. Any other discussion or questions? Ms. Abbott?
I just want to say this is a very emotional process, but our job 100% has been told to us over and over again, we have to make decisions for the people who didn't vote for us, the students. We have to make the most practical decision that is going to be the best for our students, and our job is to manage the money. So as long as we keep that in our mind and try as hard as it is to remove the emotion.
Are over here right now, but I could remember when the emotions were over there. At the end, we need to close down the schools that need to close. Let's be honest. Let's tell the truth. You all are scared to close down the schools that don't have sufficient amount of people in there. So we'll just take the schools that nobody's gonna say anything, or those people don't fight back as hard as these people fight over here. So at the end of the day, for me, let's be transparent. Let's everybody have the same opportunity. Now, like I said, never agreeing for us to get rid of Murphy Middle School. I'm all for a comprehensive college career, whatever it is. We did that with RCTCM that we didn't do right by. Now we're coming right back again to do the very same thing all over again. And how are we going to do right by that? At the end of the day, it's a no for me. Yes, for the comprehensive college career academy, whatever that's going to be. But no, for getting rid of that school. Seemed to me as we would be trying to make our schools be where they need to be.
Who's not as intelligent?
Ms. Valentine, and then Mr. Eubanks.
We have the schools that are up here, and then we have the schools who are down there. So I didn't want to say the other word that I wanted to say. So the school is failing.
I mean, it's a valid point that though that we are merging TSI, CSI, ASI. Something we're gonna have to look at, getting more support to the school.
Right.
Because you will have more students who are not performing as well. That's a valid conversation we will have to have at some point.
But if you have more students going into that school, you will also have more teachers going into that school.
Certified.
So, and we will be receiving.
And we'll just have
So
to
I just want everybody to know that every month, isn't it every 30 days, Dr. Cobb, that we meet with the state? So those things, because they are required by the state. Remember when we had this whole, we went to the state and we wanted our, what's the thing, strategic waiver thing, and we got it because we were following the plans that the state gave it. We were showing improvement enough to where we know we are going to receive our strategic waiver. And that was a condition of our strategic waiver, that we continue for those schools and students. And it wasn't necessarily for the schools, it was for the students. Conversation, because if we can't have a constructive conversation amongst ourselves and honor every person's feelings and opinions about it, then we cannot expect our parents and our community to do the same thing. How we feel about it is how we feel about it. But at the end of the day, whether we vote yes or no, as a board, I charge you to work with each other for the greater good of the 28,000 students. We can preserve names, we can erect memorials, we can do all of that. But I need it, and we allow this to become something that it should not because of our personal feelings. I ask that when you make your comments, make sure that your comments, along with whatever you feel about the situation, are geared towards the 30,000 students that we serve. Ms. Valentine.
I have two questions. My first one is, do we have an estimate? Because bringing up Richmond Hill Middle, I have questions. Do we have an estimate of how many students are going to be going to that school?
Yeah, so if you move to, I think it's 2 slides down. So you can see what it does to the live-in outside the boundary is then.
Okay, because that brings up my concern about
Yeah.
transportation.
Yeah.
And then we already have an issue with transportation. We talk about the start times for Richmond Hill Middle and Elementary. We'll have to go back and revisit that to ensure that, we have, the bottom line is we have transportation issues.
You do. And ideally, when you have less facilities you have to go to, which means you strengthen up your current staff. They're not going to more buildings, they're going to less sites. And so you actually shore up your staffing because of that. And
Going to a different area to
maybe,
transport
yeah,
them
that's
there.
exactly right. And like, for instance, like at, like in some
9 pre-K students will be going to Haynes.
Yeah, so and the pre-K one is that, because you do transport pre-K, right? Some do, some don't. So I think
Transport?
that's, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
At NPU, I think it said 29.
yeah.
So that means there would
29
be-
pre-K through 12.
through 12.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's of 13 grades, there's 29 kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's only that Haynes NPU.
Yeah, yep,
But
yeah.
the Richmond Hill Middle and Elementary, I guess we'll revisit that.
Yeah. So as we do get closer, one of the things we do, they're so vital to our conversations. And so as we start to get toward recommendations, we'll have a better idea for you on kind of that transportation.
Elementary.
Go to one that has the caricatures on it. There you go.
That one there. All right. With over 28,000 students, we just couldn't draw the line districts to the schools, like what neighborhoods go to West Side, what neighborhoods go to Richmond Academy, what neighborhoods go to Josie, Laney, Glen Hill, Butler, and all the middle schools and elementary schools on the middle of all of that. We just couldn't.
By the time I got to the southeast part of the district, there'd be no kids in the last elementary you have. If you started from the center, and then your outer schools would have not enough kids in the buildings. And so you can balance, certainly. And one of the reasons that when we do, especially at middle school, and not here yet, but a high school enrollment change or change, is that we do complete feeder changes, because that's a boundary. So a middle school is made up of elementary boundaries, a high school is made up of all elementary boundaries. And so one of the things that we heard concerns on with Hornsby and Murphy was combining those two kind of neighborhoods together into one school, and what that might do from one of the reasons we show the feeder pattern and we show the impact of the feeder pattern even when we move elementary feeders is we want the number it can get to there. But eventually at your high schools, now remember, they're all going to look full now because we've taken technically Josie's capacity off for a year. But when you throw those thousands back in, you're still back in the same spot you were for high schools. So the answer is yes, you can do it to some extent, but eventually you run out of kids for the spaces you have.
But
and it could be technically, I mean, I don't know.
With areas that keep growing. Mm-hmm. And there are some areas that are growing.
There are.
And when you see growth, you're going to see children.
Mm-hmm.
When we see children, we have to have schools.
It declines. So those 100 less kids at kindergarten than I had 5 years ago, at your current student yield, which is about, at the element 5, let's just call it 0.4 because I'm a liberal arts major, it's easier to do math in my head. 100 homes get you 40 kids, K through 12. That means that is 3 of my 100 lost at kindergarten. And so I have to erase the debit before I get my credit. So we can talk about development, and we will when I see things like, and again, I'm great to see, the redevelopment you see along the Josie corridor right there, and the redevelopment you're seeing in this main ridge, all that does negate some of that decline, certainly. To do a little bit of this. So yeah. So the nice part is that we don't show a projected enrollment that is in deep decline anymore.
It closed down now. This is what we got to do now.
I don't think we're there. I think that this board made a decision to make some deep cuts last year. And you took a hard path last year that got your elementaries to a point now where even in the projected enrollment, and keep in mind, our projected enrollment was only off by 13 kids this year. We missed it 28,500 kids by 13 kids. We believe our projections are very good right now. And so that stable enrollment with the current capacity that still shows you have about 20, get some money for reinvestment for new schools for those areas. And so once we can do that, I think we'll have a better opportunity to do that. So I think you put yourself in a capacity now with those feeder patterns that we're about done with middle schools in your 10-year projection. And so, and again, what we'll look at is we'll look at the high schools and we'll see if there's a decision to be made on the high schools based on that. But right now, I feel like the data that we've put together in the last 3 years now with this, we have 3 solid years of data, that was already compiled onto really good data that I think we're projecting very well. You're stabilizing, which is really good. As you start to see, hopefully we see what I want to see is the
last one.
Yeah.
We want to turn T.W. Josie into a school that what we're trying to do to Josie and spend another $45 million plus to do that. We already have a school in place that we're trying to now develop one into. A brand new school that sits out there, Deansbridge and 520.
We made it a magnet school.
Because we've been discussing this.
Everybody got amnesia.
This is new here.
Right.
Everybody agreed last month. Now everybody got amnesia.
I won't say that.
In fairness,
I'm just gonna say go over the information and have a chance to have now, even from when we had a meeting last month.
Expensive is is a far greater extension of what RCSDCM has set a really good standard for what this grows into. I feel like in a neighborhood that needs a reinvestment and is starting the reinvestment in this city, in the downtown part of the city. And I think it attracts to, I just heard about the people that are impoverished. I just heard about the people who don't have chances. We're putting it dead center in the people who don't have chances. And all of a sudden, we think we're doing the same thing. I don't think we're doing the same thing. I in my soul, I don't believe we're doing the same thing at this school as we are at our. I hear you being a good steward of your money. And I hear you being a good steward of a good program. And so what I think is you're taking it to the next level and investing. I think, you know me, Reverend, I'm always going to be a little bit passionate about this, and because I'm going to back you. I'm going to back this board, whatever direction you say, and I'm going to implement how you move me forward. But I think this is a step forward in that respect. But I appreciate the point of view you bring to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Boyd?
So I in another direction. So Mr. Richter, I do appreciate all the work that you put in, but I do have some concerns because it's been twice this year that I personally have asked about. So in the beginning of the year, I specifically asked, how are we putting these schools in the Barn Chapel? The capacity is not there. Now Richmond Hill Middle is in there. So my concern is before we do a mass closing of multiple schools, I need this plan to be a little more concrete.
Okay, let me be sure. The report I gave you last month had those 3 middle schools in there. That hasn't changed.
No, we discussed Langford to Richmond Hill Middle was
Okay.
not discussed.
If not, I have not changed that slide. So
Okay,
just-
yeah, we didn't discuss
Okay.
Richmond Hill Middle
We
at
might
all.
not have brought it up.
Okay.
I'm sure it was. I haven't changed that slide. I know I haven't. But we might not have brought it up, and for that I apologize if we didn't bring that one.
So,
up.
and in saying that, I just took note earlier when Ms. Kane did
Sure.
her commission report, she spoke about the homes on Deansbridge, and when you
Yeah.
brought up.
We do talk to your city about permit information.
Okay.
Well, what permit information doesn't show is oftentimes the real start date. And to hear that it is going now sets for us to look at the timeline to make sure that that permit is looking at an implementation. So that's good to know. We, in your report, you have a student yield analysis, and that student yield analysis just requires us to talk to your city about their permit information and the housing in your city. So I appreciate that, but what it does, and it notes me to say, now I'm starting to look for students again. And so that is good to know. So we will continue our conversation. It is, and I know sometimes the board and cities and a lot of up a couple of years ago to get this data, but we'll continue to do that and be adamant to make sure that we're following up on all that.
Okay, so that you'll have a time frame that you read.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to, as far as my comments, I'm last week we had our legislative luncheon. And one of the priorities that we asked our state legislators was to look at a new QBE funding formula to consider poverty and the impact that it has on our funding for our schools. I have always said, this is Shonda speaking, that we have too many schools in Richmond County. And we complain about not having enough certified education offerings, subject offerings. And with the question, why don't Richmond, before we can even bring it in, because then we'll have to go find a teacher that teaches it, but everybody wants a certified teacher. I want us to consider, and I will also say, I feel on the back end like Ms. Braswell. I'm looking at Murphy, and the way it was presented, it did kind of feel like they were throwaways, right? The way it first was presented. But as I look at the overall picture of we do right in the process, that no child will be thrown away. Because we got to take those students. It don't look good. It don't feel good. It don't sound good. We are attached to our schools. We are attached to the names. We are attached to traditions. But hopefully, as a board, that we can come together without throwing away any of our students and make a decision that 5, 4, 10 years from now, we can say, that was the best idea we could have had. We didn't see it then, but we're seeing the fruits of it now. So I want us to think about whatever you vote and decide. We have parents asking for certified teachers. The hard work that we have, we get the emails, we see the hard work that our SPED department is doing, the opportunity to make decisions that will eliminate some of that and improve the quality of education that our students receive. I want us to have open and honest discussions about that. And I also challenge us to be open-minded that some things, how we present them, may not be the best way for us to proceed. I think about those two gentlemen that came to our work session that brought up some great ideas about teacher. But I ask that my colleagues that when we're going through this process, that we hear the negative impact on our children. Our teachers who are resilient, they will not lose a job. We are adamant. That was one of the things that we talked about. Wherever we close these schools at, if we decide to close schools, our teachers will not be without a job. So they're going to be fine. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, making the right decision for these students. Because we cannot have good leaders if we don't create and develop. I'm still in Ms. Saunders on. We cannot have good leaders if we don't develop them.
Okay.
Done away with at all.
Okay.
Our families in the South Augusta area need access just as much. We're not going to continue to be on the back burner and left out when new innovative things are going on and we don't have access to it in that area. And then clarification on the process for students that will attend either of them. I mean, it shouldn't be an overlap of the course offerings, but we definitely need to talk about, what does that look like when I'm applying for RCTCM versus students that will get preference or go to the newer school.
Okay.
So those are my two.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that.
All right.
To vote for the plan as presented.
No, to hold a public hearings
Public hearings on the plan.
tonight. Schools will remain open as of right now. What we're voting on is to have public hearings about this in January, looking at January 15th, January 26th, and January 27th, that we will hold these public hearings. We have a motion from Ms. Kane, a second from Mr. Hannah.
Roll call. We do roll call, please.
Okay. Can we do a roll call vote, please, Dr. Cobb?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Shonda Stovall?
Yes.
Mr. Ed Lowry?
Yes, unanimously, and I would like to reiterate again, what just passed was the board approvals to have public hearing. All right, so that has been passed unanimously. Now to old business. Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Shonda, I have a question. On those dates there, what time frames are we talking about?
What are you saying, like what time of day?
Yeah, what
6
time
o'clock.
of day?
The first two are 6 o'clock.
The last one is at noon here at central office on the 27th.
Because that's a Saturday, isn't it?
That's right. So we have two at 6 o'clock. The last one's at noontime here, and then that we can reach those students affected there. We'll hold one here at central office, which is a regional location for everybody, February the 10th.
All right. All right, moving right along. Thank you very much, Mr. Richter. We appreciate your time and your patience. Moving on to old business. Next, we have the Georgia Discovery Academy Charter School, FKA SOAR Academy Charter School. Update on opening status and timeline. Ms. Kim Fletcher.
Thank you, Ms. Stovall, board members, and Dr. Cobb. Tonight, I'm just bringing you a status update and a summary on where things are with the Georgia Discovery Academy, formerly known as SOAR. And we received information that the person that was hired to be the director was no longer going to be working for the Charter Academy. And the top two governing board members, the chair and vice chair, had resigned. So Mr. Alan Mueller, the Senior Director of the Office of Charter School Compliance, reached out and expressed concern, as I know we all had concern about that as well. And what was decided is that the Office of Charter School Commission and Richmond County would issue a joint communication to Georgia Discovery regarding whether or not a new board was in place, an organizational chart, separation from the SOAR private school, and those types of items. They provided all of the information that was requested. And on December 4th, they participated in an interview with cabinet members as well as some of their new governing board members. And at the conclusion of that, we're left with next steps. Where things are at a state level is the State Charter School Commission did approve them. They approved them kind of before all of that took place. But what's outstanding is the state board approval. And when Mr. Mueller called, his concern was, it's kind of a different charter. Because what came out of the interviews was a lot of passionate and heartfelt conversation, and I really appreciate it for the 26-27 year. And she requested that we allow her to extend her opening to the 27-28 school year. So this is something she suggested, and we did not have to propose that. So kind of the three options before y'all. I wish it were cleaner. And I asked Mr. Mueller, how often does this happen? And he said, not often. I said, well, welcome to Richmond County, right? So, so the three options are this. Y'all can, with an opening of the 27-28 school year, because the charter school that was approved was for the opening of the 26-27 year. And not a common step, and there could be some political ramifications to that for a reversal. We can do nothing. We can leave it as is, authorized to open the 26-27 year. For the first and third option, if we either approve a delayed opening or just leave things as they are as an approval, the charter school will have oversight from the State Charter School Commission that will provide them touch points and dates and timelines that they have to meet, and that is update. And to ask you what next step. The recommendation of the committee approval, and our board had approved them, and they've stated that they can do it if we delay. So that's our recommendation, but the three options are certainly yours to make.
Okay, I have a quick question before because my mind is trying to wrap around something you said. You said that they came to you to say that they wasn't ready, but then turned around and said if they absolutely had to be ready, that they could be ready?
That's my recollection of our interview.
So why wouldn't they just be ready?
They probably don't know they have options.
Options that might be possible.
Okay. Ms. Braswell. All right, Ms. Braswell.
So part of this organization, the option I like is for us not to approve it, because I just see this coming back to bite us extremely hard. $250,000 is just not enough to sell my soul. I voted no when y'all first bought it, and I'm voting no now.
Well, you have the option to make that. You have the option to make that motion yourself.
So I make a motion that we deny whatever the name of this school is, SOAR, Discovery, whatever it is, deny this school at this time.
On the table.
No,
Well, I
but
think a motion's been made, so.
Okay,
Depends on whether
can I
it's-
get a second on?
Over something with us a few months ago, or nothing happens because we're not the problem here. What, did Mr. Mueller say anything about that, or?
So help me to understand.
So, for us, because you all are saying you recommend we do A, sounds like we're about to do B. So what happens if we do B and the administration says you should do A?
Well, and tell me if so.
I don't want to call it should. That's just, after weighing all the options, that's what we were recommending. It's the board's decision. So if the board says we want to reverse the decision, that's what we support.
Okay, so I was thinking back to a few months ago when you went over with us, if we go against a recommendation, there's some strikes, something did what we were supposed
Because
to
we
do.
did approve them, they just did not meet the requirements.
Okay, good. That was my question.
Right.
All right. So I have a motion by Ms. Braswell. It was second by Mr. Lowry. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Abbott.
So if we reverse this, one, it's not one of our strikes.
Mr. Mueller, what he stated, and I agree with him, but we're on uncharted territory, is that the charter as it now stands is not the same charter that you guys approved.
Right.
So it should not be considered a strike against us.
All right, so they can still come back with their new charter and repetition. The second already approved them. Could they just skip us and just go on and be a state charter if they've already been approved in that regard?
They still have to go through the state board, so but this is an unusual circumstance because the charter is different. And the charter can also resubmit their petition.
Okay.
They can reset, they still have until January 1 to reset for this next cycle if they want to do that. Because one of the options Mr. Mueller mentioned to them was they could withdraw their petition.
And they didn't want to do
And they didn't take that choice. But that was one of they could have withdrawn and then resubmitted at a later date when they're ready.
Okay. So if we do reverse, then that leaves them with two options.
Getting them right now as we speak. Look
I
at the
know, and I want to be able to answer the questions intelligently, and I just want to know what all their options are. So it's a potential they could do that, or they could just repetition.
Right, and I don't think that they could be converted to a state charter school
Okay.
at this because they went through the process as a local startup.
All right, so then they would have to refile the whole state.
I believe so. And
Okay,
so
all right.
if Mr. Allen or Dr. Welch, not putting you on the spot, but please feel free to chime in if there's anything I've neglected to say. Because this is an unusual
Yeah.
situation.
Sorry.
My understanding it was new. That this would be new and they would have to repetition. That's the gathering Dr. Welch was in. Yeah, that we were under the same impression as Ms. Fletcher that it would become a new charter. They would have to repetition. They would not be able to go through the state.
Just generally.
our end?
On our end, yeah.
Well, the work's the work. So,
Yeah.
but y'all were kind of aware of the review process.
Right.
And the interviews on the front end and preparing that memorandum. But the work's the work,
Well, I'm just gonna, I'll let you know, Ms. Braswell, I agree with you. This is a new charter. We approved under one charter. And ultimately, one way or another, these become our students and our name is attached to
We
it.
kind of talked about the one strike, but let's back up because I don't want to oversimplify it. What the state asked local bet, so what they said was that there could be a consequence if the local Board of Education said no, and then the state said yes. We had some that came to us that just weren't ready. We said no, the state would have said no.
They're not ready.
The $250,000 supplement that they were going to, if it had been funded to try to offset some of that, maybe we could hire somebody locally to help, that has not shown up, right? So there is no financial benefit by us approving. I just want to make sure you know that we can't just rubber stamp no. That board has done that, our administration has done that, so don't worry about that part.
No financial benefit or
Questions that we need to ask on the front end that, considering we didn't expect this to happen, but also that this is not stomp out or, have people just say, oh, we're never doing this again. We don't want to, say that this is a one-all and we're done, and that creativity doesn't come back to us in the future.
Can I say
But
one
making
thing?
sure,
I'm sorry, you doing?
yes.
What we're doing right now, y'all, what Ms. Fletcher said is, we might be creating, and Larry, you helped me out here, and you're a lawyer too, all in the right to do what we're about to do. But we might be creating the baseline of what the state would look at later on.
County, when I researched it, I was not able to find in their board
I'm not saying it's a
board
bad
minutes,
thing.
but it's not common.
Right.
For sure.
All right, so we have a motion that from Ms. Braswell that we reverse the approval. It was second by Mr. Lowry. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Sorry, we drug that out for you, Ms. Fletcher. We had to talk about it and get clarification and
Yep.
understanding, so.
It's important work, so
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you very much. Proposed from December the 24th until January the 2nd, 2026. January 5th, 2026, paraprofessionals and school nutrition assistants. Richmond County School System students will return to school on Tuesday, January 6, 2026. Now we're moving into our public comment section. We ask that when you're making your public comments that you be civil and respectful in doing so. Please do not name any individual board members, staff members, teachers, or students. Please do not come cursing and all of that other minutes to state your comment. Please list your name and your address, and you'll have your full 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes
Mr. Georgia 30901.
is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. President of the Zeta Xi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Alpha Kappa Alpha was founded in 1908, and it definitely has grown into a premier service organization with more than 390,000 members across 14 nations and territories. For 70 years, the Zeta Xi Omega chapter has remained committed to making a meaningful impact in our community. With over 345 members, we proudly put pink boots on the ground to support our school system through, of course, those were $1,000 scholarships. Our service has taken many forms. We partnered with Payne College Initiative. We contributed to the RCSS Transition and Resource Fair. We've donated school supplies to the National Pan-Hellenic Council School Supply Giveaway, and we showed up literally welcoming students on the first day of school on multiple campuses. We've donated more than 540 toiletry items to the Success Center as well as Glen Hills Middle School. We've participated in Georgia Reads Day, Read Across America, Greek Readers Day, and other literacy events. For Thanksgiving, we provided food, coached students from Tut and Richmond with the JA Discovery Center, hosted voter registration at Butler Presbyterian Church for back to school bingo, helping students to prepare for the school year. Not only that, we have tackled childhood hunger. And so through our CHIP program, we have provided students at Hornsby Elementary School with meals for the weekend. So that was 64 students last year, 68 students this year. So we are also proud of our Youth Leadership Initiative. I noticed that my time is running out, but I just want to say that Omega has supported nonprofit organizations that dedicate themselves to the children here within our school district. So student and definitely one school at a time. So my goal as president over the past 2 years was to infiltrate our school system, and I am proud to say that that mission has definitely been accomplished. And so we thank you for the opportunity to serve within our school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew we had some in the building. I saw that pink and green and everything. If you're a member of the Zeta Xi Omega or AKA any yeah. That's why they the first and the finest. Yeah. And your address, and then your time will begin.
Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn. Glad to be here tonight. I had to come up with some kind of motivation dealing with the consequence. I've heard that a few times tonight, and I'm just going to use the term non-consequential. I remember in elementary, as an elementary student, get my 5 lashes, whatever. So I took my 5, and if you say, well, Mr. Green, you got your consequences, you're wrong. So then I said to Ms. Jenkins, the little Green was worried about you telling Miss Betty Green how I acted that day. If you want to go do that, we're good. Let me get my 5. You need 5 more, just don't tell that lady, because I understood those consequences. And those two, getting the paddle. I had a stepdaughter who had all the things. She had, EEP, what do y'all call them, IEPs or ALPs? Or she was special needs and real needs, and she used to lay down and holler in her class sometimes. We couldn't figure it out. So I just had to cut through the chase, and I said to her, I said, but if you feel inclined to act that way, tomorrow, I just want you to do one favor. I want you to lay there till I get there. Talking about you're concerned, obviously, with out-of-school suspensions and all that. Out-of-school suspensions are not your problem. It's the parent's problem, right? And at some point, we need to start backing up what we say. No policy is worth a grain of salt if you don't back it up, because they don't believe you. You got people they don't believe that you're serious about this. And let's just face it. We can talk about this and relocations and all that, but we know in this room the number one item in school is behavior. You used to get destroying the essence of our learning right now. We know that. So I just came here tonight to say to you all, I'm in favor, Dr. Superintendent, School Board President.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I see you back in your Al Bundy days with your Letterman jacket on. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. We have that video that we was so looking forward to that Dr. Cobb had for us doing superintendent's remarks. So play that on out, sir.
Hello, I'm Mr. Edward Lowry, but today everyone knows me as Santa Lowry. And this twinkling lights and goodwill. No papers to grade, no bells left to ring, just warm cups of cocoa and the joy winter brings. First came Mrs. Stovall with her bright holiday flair, reminding us all that joy should be shared everywhere. She spoke of students, of families, of rest well earned, and the importance of balance, a lesson well learned. Ms. Braswell smiled next, with a planner in hand, keeping the season on schedule, just as she had planned. Because strong beginnings start with thoughtful ends. Then Mr. Hanna and Mr. Eubanks joined in. Ms. Boyd and Ms. Valentine brought warmth to the room, speaking hope into winter and color into the gloom. They reminded us gently, with purpose and pride, that every child's future is shaped from inside. From the other side of the table, Mr. Walker leaned in, reflecting on teamwork and where we've been. Together, he said, is how we succeed, when we lead with heart and act with belief. Ms. Abbott nodded, her smile calm and bright, speaking of growth, of learning, of doing what's right. While Ms. Kane added, with confidence true, that communities, but in moments of service and giving their best. So they gathered their things, turned out the light, and winter, peaceful and bright. Knowing tomorrow would bring rest and cheer, and a fresh new start in the coming year. And from Santa Lowry, before they departed, one final message, sincere and wholehearted. To our students, our staff, our families so dear, thank you for making this year one to remember. Rest well, recharge, and enjoy every day. Happy winter break to all, and a happy new year.
Yeah, so Dr. Shields, I'm coming for you, though. I'm coming for you. But thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great Christmas and a wonderful new year, and we'll see you in January. Can I get a motion for adjournment, please?
So moved.
No, we do not.
You want one?
Who seconded?
But please stop by. We have a little treat.
Oh, Walter, I'm sorry, Mr. Eubanks. Yes. All right. It has been properly motioned and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are officially adjourned for 2025. Merry Christmas,
And to
everyone.
all, a good night.